DJFriscoDrummer.com. 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 DJFriscoDrummer.com.
You're limping, I know. Come on. It's okay. It's okay, though. Say hello to Ruca, everybody. The promo. The promo. Come on, Ruca. I'm taking out Ruca today. She's limping, though. Walk to Noriega. Walk at your pace. Walk to Noriega. Yeah, good girl. So how you guys here? Walking Ruca. Come on, Ruca. Come on, Ruca. Come on, girl. Sound like my dog. Hi, Ruca. Stop. Sit. Ruca, sit. Ruca, sit. Sit, Ruca. 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 Sit. Ruca, sit. Ruca, sit. Yeah? Huh? Ruca, you want... There we go. There we go, boy. Hey, Ruca. Come on, girl. Let's go. Ruca, Ruca. Let's go. It's sunny here, but it's a little bit windy. But they'll be okay. Should be okay. It's a little bit windy, but not overly windy. Hey, Ruca. Come on. Ruca sucked. Got plenty of time to walk. Come on, Ruca. Let's go. Come on, Ruca. Let's go, girl. Go walk. Oh, yeah, go on then. I don't know. Well, we should walk her on Sunset Boulevard. We can walk her on Sunset Boulevard. Fine. Or we could walk her down to the beach and then back. You guys want to walk down to the beach? We can walk her down to the beach if she wants to go. You want to the beach, girl? You want to go to the beach? Let's go to the beach. This is going to be the shortest stream. Just one dog walk today. I don't know what I'm doing after the dog walk. One dog walk today. We'll walk down this way. Hey, no chip for you. Somebody left. Somebody ordered some chips and left some chips. I don't know why people order from a restaurant and then dump their food on the street. Anyways, how are you guys doing? Guys, good? I think she'll enjoy it. Look how sunny it is right now. You poo poo? Clean up her poo poo. Clean up her poo poo. Walk down to the beach and then dump it at the beach. Or walk her back up on Lawson. At the beginning of your week, we're here on Tuesday, April 11th, walking my dog client of the day, Ruca. She's got a limp on her leg. As you can see, she's limping, but hopefully she's okay. She's an adorable girl though. How you guys doing today? Guys okay? You guys being positive today? Gotta be positive all the time. Try to be as positive as possible. Let's go, Ruca. I might have walked you guys down here maybe once or twice. I don't remember if I have. Let's go. Come on, Ruca. Again, I might have, but I don't remember if I have or not. Come on, Ruca, let's go. Go, girl, you're a good girl. Don't push her too much because she's got the bum leg. Ruca. walk down to the beach. Here comes the bus right next to us. Come on, Ruca. Not taking the bus. There's a school over here too. There's a couple restaurants on the other side. I'm gonna stop Ruca for a little sniffy sniff. That's okay. Let's go. So how you guys doing? You guys have a great weekend? This weekend was the Cherry Blossom Festival. I didn't take you guys out. It was way too crowded. If you guys want to go next weekend, I can take you guys next weekend. Sunday is a parade. If you guys want to watch the parade, I can take you guys to the parade. Find a good spot and just put you guys like on a stand and we're gonna watch the parade together. If you guys want to do that, let me know. I've been to the parade like once or twice. The parade's from 1 to 3, I believe. I'm definitely down for taking you guys to the parade. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Japanese teeth baking company. Other bakery. I've taken you guys to the Cherry Blossom Festival before. I think the last year I took you guys there. That's good. Hey. Don't hurt yourself, girl. Yeah, last year I think I took you guys there. You guys want to look at my VODs on my YouTube channel? It's Positive Panda. YouTube.com/Positive Panda. Look at my YouTube channel. You guys can see our visit to the Cherry Blossom Festival last year. I can take you, like I said, I can take you guys on Sunday. You guys want to go? We can watch the parade too, from 1 to 3. Let me know if you guys want to see the Cherry Blossom Parade. There's a lot of different dance groups and whatnot. That's great. I like parades myself. But if I'm going, I gotta remember to bring my stand. So I can put you guys on the stand and you guys can watch from the stand. I don't have myself because I've seen it already. Very blossom parade next Sunday. This is an option. You guys want me to go type 1? You guys don't care, type 2? Let's see what the battery life is. I always like to check the battery life on my phones. 31%. Okay. I will plug you. Not too windy. We are walking around the Come on, Ruca, let's go. We'll walk this way. And we stop and let me plug you guys in. A little bit windy. Let me plug you guys in, that's good. right now. So I have to to the mic. The microphone might be better in terms of the wind. For a 12 mini maybe. Open my the problem with the Osmo app is that it doesn't have live streaming. It does have live streaming, but like let's switch providers. I don't have unlimited. Camera. I like a for streaming purposes. I could buy like an off-brand camera, a GoPro, but like a Xiaomi or a SJ cam, just for streaming. Something like that. But I think the SE 2022 is fine for now. Because spending a bunch of money on streaming equipment when I'm not making the money back is just a waste of money, right? When you don't get the views, like either on the VODs or live, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on streaming equipment is not really worth it. I'll stick with the SE 2020 for now. I do have a drone that I could use with the drone. Everybody says the drone camera sucks. Ruca? Stop. Let's see how much time we got. We got 23 minutes. Walk back. Walk back on this side, come on. Anyways, what do you guys think? Camera phone versus action camera. I have older action cameras, but they don't work anymore. Of course, I'm not gonna go and buy like a GoPro, because I have an Osmo Action. I could. So, if you guys want to help me, I have an Osmo Action 3 on my throne. Hashtag wish list. Anyways, you guys, I do have an Osmo Action 3 on my wish list at exclamation point wish list. If you guys want to help me pay for something like that, you guys don't have to, but if you guys want to, just for me to get a better streaming camera. My Osmo Action is fine. The regular Osmo Action 1 is fine for me. But as I said, I don't have unlimited high-speed data. And I can't stream from the screen because because it's on landscape, not portrait. I can't do a screen capture of it because it's on landscape and not portrait. That's how DJI is. DJI. But I could buy another action camera that will stream in landscape. Like a cheap 4K. So it's not really 4K. Anyways, how are you guys doing today? Walking Ruca right now. Ruca's a good girl. Let's see how much time we have. 18 minutes. We've got plenty of time. Ruca, sit. Ruca, sit. Ruca, sit. Ruca, sit. Good girl. Ruca, sit. 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 Ruca, you want to sit? Sit. Sit. Come on. Come on, Ruca. Sit. No? Sit. Let's see if I can get... No, probably not. It's okay, she don't want to sit. I gotta take a picture of her mentally though. Ruca, stop! Come on. Come on, Ruca. Come on. Come on, Ruca. Ruca, stop. Let's take a picture of Ruca. Ruca, stop. Sit. Ruca, look. Ruca, stop. Ruca. I don't understand this guy's Ruca. I got some cheese for Ruca. Ruca, stop. Ruca. Ruca, come on. Let's see if I can. Ruca. Ruca. Ruca, look here. Ruca. Move on. Ruca, look here. I guess that's good enough. Come on, girl. Look at another picture of Ruca. Another picture of Ruca. Ruca, look. Ruca, look. Ruca, look. Ruca's a good girl. Huh? Huh? Look at her, look at her, look. I'll walk up to 40th or 46th right now. Again, as normal, I'm walking with a weighted vest. By now, oop. What time? Let's do this. I have to see what I ordered for delivery. Come on, Ruca. So, I ordered some, instead of just green mix, I ordered some red mix too. And green mix is green vegetables, red mix is red fruits like cherries, watermelon, stuff like that. But it's cherry flavored red mix and pineapple flavored green mix. Unfortunately, Bulletproof does not sell red mix right yet. I am in the process of trying to get them to sell red mix. The carbs is very low, it's like 3 to 4 grams of carbs. When you're looking for a green or red mix, look for the lowest carb one. Like theoretically, you want no more than 3 to 4 grams of carbs. Like Bulletproof green mix is only 2 grams of carbs per serving, which is 1 scoop. I don't know how many grams are in the scoop, but when you're looking for a green mix, look for the lowest carb one. And make sure they don't add any fillers. Make sure it's all organically sourced. Because if you guys know, I always push for organically sourced foods. That doesn't mean that the food is organic, it just means that it comes from an organic source. Because not all foods have to be organic. If you guys want to know what fruits and vegetables to buy organic, use hashtag Dirty Dozen, and it will tell you what. I will bring up a list of what foods to buy organic and what foods you don't need to buy organic. Like organic avocados and organic bananas are the two really organic. Why? Because you don't eat the peel. Most fruits and vegetables where you don't eat the peel, especially fruits, you don't have to buy organic. But fruits like apples, pears, peaches, where you do eat the peel, you should buy organic. Or at least non-spray. Because you don't want pesticides, herbicides, or whatever kind of sides there are. And no, it does not have anything to do with sides you order at a restaurant. But whatever kind of chemicals they use, herbicides, pesticides, hycarnicides, I don't know. Anyways, any kind of... You basically don't want your fruit and vegetables sprayed with anything, so it's best to look for non-spray or organic fruits and vegetables when you can. But if you're not sure which ones you should buy organic and which ones you should not, type exclamation point Dirty Dozen in the chat and it will link you to a website that shows you which fruits and vegetables are in the Dirty Dozen. Dirty Dozen meaning those are the 12 or 13 dirtiest fruits and vegetables where you absolutely have to buy organic. Now when it comes to meat, you should always look for grass finished and pasture raised. Not pasteurized, pasture raised. Pasture raised means that they were raised in a pasture and allowed to roam free pasteurized means that it was boiled to get rid of bacteria. You want pasture raised, not necessarily pasteurized. So those are the two differences. Pasture raised means that they were raised in the pasture and allowed to roam free and aren't stepping on each other's poop and stuff. Just make sure your food is cleaner, that's all it does. Because what are we all about, folks? Clean food. Clean food equals clean body. That's what I believe. Clean food equals clean body. Just remember that. Clean food equals clean body. There's been this series I've been watching about how to boost or quote unquote bulletproof our immune system. So there are vital vitamins that we need to boost our immune system. They are primarily vitamin C from foods, not synthetic vitamin C, but vitamin C from foods. Vitamin D, you would theoretically want your vitamins from foods instead of having to take supplements for them. So the best source of vitamin D is the sun. And the only time you should take vitamin D supplements is in the winter when there isn't any. Or you live in a country like Norway where there's no sun for half of the year. But theoretically, the best source of vitamin D comes from the sun. That's why people should step outside and get some sun rays. Yes, I know there are people that are quote unquote hermits that do not like to go outside. But if you do not go outside that much, you can get your allotment of vitamin D. Like countries where it's not sunny at all for extended periods of time, what they do to get vitamin D is they drink cod liver oil. You can get vitamin D from drinking cod liver oil or taking vitamin D supplements. But the greatest form of vitamin D is the greatest source of vitamin D is the sun. So just sit outside and soak in the sun rays. Of course you want to protect yourself from UV rays and all that. But you want to be out in the sun. The best source of vitamin D is the sun. So vitamin C, vitamin D, and the last one is zinc. Now, you can get zinc in all sorts of forms, but the best form of zinc comes from food like shellfish, red meat. They're from shellfish and red meat. Shellfish, or seafood in general. Seafood and red meat are your best sources of. Seafood and red meat are your best sources of zinc. And your best source of vitamin D is the sun. And your best source of vitamin C come from leafy greens. Anyways, I'm gonna put you guys on BRB while I return the dog. Hello everybody. I am walking Oscar today. I know you guys probably don't remember me. I know I haven't streamed in a while, but I am taking out Oscar today. Sorry about not streaming for a while. I didn't mean to, but this weekend, hopefully on Saturday, tomorrow and Saturday, I will definitely be streaming for you guys. Oops. Saturday, we will be going to the wharf to go check out the Fleet Week stuff, which I hope you guys will enjoy. We're currently walking Oscar right now. Come on. I hope you guys will enjoy the Fleet Week stuff on Saturday. I'm wearing a different chesty. I broke my neck mount, so I'm wearing a chesty today. We'll be walking Oscar today and tomorrow, so I hope that'll be okay with you guys. Again, I know I haven't streamed in a while. I haven't been doing PC streams, I know. I kind of neglected my my army, my Stream Raiders army, but sorry about that. Oscar, let's go. Come on. Yeah, sorry about that.
We're already married, so what can we do?
Come on. Let's see how much longer we got. Probably got some time. Yeah, we're going to Costco today, you guys. I'm not gonna stream from Costco though. Yeah, let's go. We're ready to go home. Oh, come on. Hello. Ready to go home. You're in the room. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I'm returning your dog. Let's keep walking this way. We're currently walking home from taking Ruca out. Very nice. Always stay hydrated, you guys. Throughout the day. Anyways. Yep. So how are you guys doing? What are your plans today? I just walked to Ruca, so I'm on the way home. This is going to be a short stream today. I could get back on my laptop per se. We'll see. But for now, we're just walking. We're taking out Daphne next week. Starting Wednesday the 19th. Italian Greyhound. fence in there. So. Anyways, keep walking. Might do some laptop streaming or something. Also, you guys are into keto or want to start keto but don't know where to start, hashtag Factor and they will send you some keto. You get 50% off your first box, but they will send you keto meals every month. Very simple and easy. Clean food, clean body. That's what I believe. Clean food, clean body. Hello everybody. I am walking Oscar today. I know you guys probably don't remember me. I know I haven't streamed in a while, but I am taking out Oscar today. Sorry about not streaming for a while. I didn't mean to, but this weekend, hopefully on Saturday, tomorrow and Saturday, I will definitely be streaming for you guys. Oops. Saturday, we will be going to the wharf to go check out the Fleet Week stuff, which I hope you guys will enjoy. We're currently walking Oscar right now. Come on. I hope you guys will enjoy the Fleet Week stuff on Saturday. I'm wearing a different chesty. I broke my neck mount, so I'm wearing a chesty today. We'll be walking Oscar today and tomorrow, so I hope that'll be okay with you guys. Again, I know I haven't streamed in a while. I haven't been doing PC streams, I know. I kind of neglected my my army, my Stream Raiders army, but sorry about that. Oscar, let's go. Come on. Yeah, sorry about that.
We're already married, so what can we do?
Oh. Let's see how much longer we got. Probably got some time. Yeah, we're going to Costco today, you guys. I'm not gonna stream from Costco though, because most likely they won't allow me to. But that's perfectly fine. Again, I am planning to take you guys to the wharf on Saturday because it's Fleet Week here in San Francisco. I know I'm not going to TwitchCon. I wish I were going to TwitchCon, but I'm not going to TwitchCon. Number one, I don't have the time and the money. I'll be right back. Let me throw this away.
Your fans might be pissed. So yeah, share the fucking broadcast. Hurry up. Where the fuck is Kevin at? Lame ass motherfucker out working in Old Navy.
I am now featured on Banks. Welcome. If anybody is coming in from Banks,
anyway,
welcome. We are playing marbles right now.
I'm Patriot. Oh, you changed your avatar, but I know your name. So you're fucking with me, but you're not. All right. By the way, if you didn't know it, I had a drink.
If you don't chopping some onions. Hey, how you doing? Been good. How you doing?
Oops, we don't want to go out after Thursday. What? Oh, oh, he wakes up at like 3:30 the next one. I mean 2:30. He can start cooking the big pig's feet and then he can cook it. This is Hello, everybody. What's up? What's up? What's up? Let's see. How's everybody doing? You
People talking about
guys
it.
okay?
Does Bryce Young do anything great
Hey, where's
and
should
exceptionally
we
better than anybody else,
what should we do?
or is he just really
Oh,
sound
yeah,
at
good.
every single thing?
I think that it's, again, this is just off of a limited amount of info. I just spent today watching the
Right.
the film, right? Watching the film.
Maybe you should watch something. I don't know what you guys want to watch. Mark Reeves? We can watch some Mark Reeves, guys. So, anyways, how you guys doing? Let's look at some Mark Reeves, shall we? He ate a $85 chicken soup.
The restaurant number one that we're going to today is located on a really nice, shady, tree-lined boulevard, and it's called Ji Yuan. It's a legendary restaurant. They actually serve Taiwanese Sichuan food, kind of a fusion between the two. It is an old-school restaurant. They are extremely famous for their legendary, iconic chicken soup. But this is gonna be a chicken soup like no other. This is the restaurant. We have arrived. This window here greeting you. And there must be like 50 pots going all at once. That is the legendary chicken soup. Through the small cracks, you can actually smell the aroma of that chicken soup. Oh, it's gonna be so good. That's what we came to eat. This is such an impressive display of chicken. Oh, wow. You can feel that steam, but this is the beginning process. They're about to make another batch. 38 to 40 pots all going at once. It's like racks of chickens. It's an entire flock of chickens just all laid out in their pots for the soup. Incredible. That's just an incredible amount of heat that's coming from 38 chicken soups going right now. They boil for over 10 hours. I believe there's chicken, there's Chinese ham, there's pig trotters, I believe. That might bring out the collagen and make it milky as well as the chicken. And then also dry scallops in the recipe as well to make the dish more complex in that flavor.
What?
Whole flock of chickens, each in their
Can't open
individual ceramic bowls. And here's the stock over here. More meat parts in there boiling away, and they're just gonna be feeding that stock into the chicken ceramic pots. These are the batch that's gonna be served for lunch, and they're all reserved. You gotta make a reservation. The kitchen is upstairs, and then you come downstairs to the basement where the dining room is. Had to reserve a table here because this place is very popular. All the chicken soups are like fully reserved, but we got a table here. The menu is fantastic. Here we go. All the variations of the chicken soup. And you can get it with different additions that come on the inside of your, kind of like a hot pot almost of that chicken soup, that clay ceramic pot. We're gonna go for the original, which includes the whole chicken, all of that milky broth. And then they also have other side dishes as well. Dumplings, some stir-fried dishes, and the kung pao chicken is also a famous dish here that we have to try. This restaurant has been here for almost 40 years, and you can just feel that nothing much has changed since it opened. And legendary restaurant. It was featured in the Michelin Guide. You can just feel that it's also has a lot of loyal fans, loyal customers here as well. Oh, that's the scallion pancake. Oh, that comes to your table. It's extremely, pulls off the lid. It's just bubbling lava hot right off those burners, and the whole chicken is submerged below there.
Would you pay
Immediately as he lifted that lid,
$100 for chicken soup?
that was like straight up the most chicken steam bath I've ever experienced in my life. The main pot of that broth. This is, look at that collagen. Wow, that's some of the milkiest broth. It's so rich and thick. And we've got an entire chicken, possibly a rooster, in here. You can see the quality of this chicken. If you pick it up, it actually just, look at that. It just falls apart. The legs literally just collapse and fall off the belly. It's that tender. It's been boiling for 12 hours. Absolutely iconic dish. Oh, the chicken is on there. You can see how tender it is.
12
And
hours.
they immediately just
Think
start
about
serving
that.
up that broth. Wow, that's aromatic. And you can see it's
They
thick
boil
as
it
well.
for 12 hours.
Okay,
Yeah.
no more
chicken
talking though. We
soup.
have to try that soup. I cannot wait to try it. It's unbelievably fragrant. Here we go. The first taste.
$85 chicken soup in Taiwan.
Oh, that stays scorchingly hot. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a healing broth. Oh, it's so milky. It's so creamy, but non-dairy. That's just the collagen, the richness of all those ingredients. I mean, all of the fat of the chicken has come out, been released into that liquid, plus the ham, plus the possible trotters. All the collagen has just come together in this harmony. Wow. That's like the most chicken condensed flavor I think you could possibly have. I think I'm gonna grab it with the chopsticks, and you're gonna see how this thigh and wing is just gonna literally lifts off. Oh, look at that. Oh, oh, that's the most tender, falling apart tender chicken you've ever seen. Oh, you gotta get it to your mouth fast before it just collapses on you because it's so tender. Oh, oh, that bone just slid out. Did you see that bone? It just totally just slid out and back into the pool. The pool.
That looks good, don't it, you guys?
Oh, wow. It's just like chicken that's just been absorbed into itself and then reboiled and then reabsorbed into itself until the flavor just magnifies. You can actually feel the stickiness on your lips almost immediately, instantaneously. And the chicken actually has an incredible texture. Even though it boils for so long, it's not mushy at all. Could we call this the most chickeny chicken dish ever? Wow. And then, don't forget to keep sipping that broth.
Hello, I hope you will have a very positive day or
Hello.
night.
您好，希望您白天或晚上都非常愉
Unbelievable
快。
how hot it stays.
こんにちは。私はあなたが
I
非
think
常
that,
に
that
前向き
collagen
な
actually
昼夜を過ご
it
せるこ
settles
と
on
を
the
願
top
って
of your
い
bowl.
ます。
Hey,
And
Benny, how
that
you
keeps the
doing,
heat
man?
within. Oh man. It's almost impossible to pick up that chicken because it just collapses. It just literally the bones are
$85 chicken
just
soup.
completely clean. Also, oh, those are the pork bones in there too to make it even more rich and buttery and creamy. That collagen, the side dishes as well. This one is fried string beans, but a totally different version. I've never seen one like this before. They're almost like dehydrated, almost looks like.
Well, I'm using a voice changer, that's why.
Well, they are kind of like dehydrated, kind of leathery in texture.
I made it sound
That's
like
really
that
good.
on
That's a totally
purpose.
different kind of string bean experience. And then another dish we got is the kung pao chicken. Nice chilies on here. Nice gooey sauce. And with that gooey sauce, you know it's going to be perfect with rice.
Yes, $85.
Really good. A little bit sweet and a little bit sour. And just has that kind of soy sauce glaze. And the dried chilies. And another one of their signature dishes is this kind of pancake, which you actually take some of the pork with green onions on the bottom, and then you can put it into it, and then just kind of wrap it up.
In Taiwan.
Oh, that's really, the texture of that pancake is wonderful, kind of buttery, oily, and flaky. And then the pork is a little bit sweet, kind of like a little bit sweet and sour.
What place?
Okay. I mean, the food is all good, all great quality, but nothing compared to that chicken soup. We need to refill.
What restaurant did you go to?
Wow. You gotta really remember that even though it's been 15 minutes since it came to our table, it's still scorching hot down there. Yeah, that layer of fat and collagen just seals it in, and then the clay ceramic pot just keeps it hot.
Anyway, yeah.
So when you say the word, usually when your soup is about halfway done, they'll whisk it off to the kitchen. They load it back up with the broth. They probably add in some more broth or some more liquid. Then they put in cabbage as well as tofu. And the tofu is actually known to be frozen, but then when they boil it, it becomes more spongy and soft. It's like a whole new dish now. Oh, here it comes. Oh, cabbage and tofu. So this is round 2. All right. So now we have a completely new dish. Yeah, and I guess it is a common thing to have the tofu frozen, because then that gives it a totally different texture. And you can feel how wobbly it is, and you can almost kind of see the layers of the tofu.
You said you went to a bad Chinese restaurant
Okay.
yesterday. But you didn't tell me what place you went to.
Don't be deceived into thinking that it's cooled down. Still flaming hot on fire. Oh, that tofu is incredible too. It really is spongy, and it's really absorbed all of that chicken broth. Yeah, so if you take that tofu, you can actually see all those layers of it. Squeeze it.
Hold on.
You can just see how it just totally absorbs that broth.
Yeah, what place did you go to?
And that cabbage, the Chinese cabbage.
Oh.
I think the cabbage has a little bit of sweetness as well. What a meal and what a restaurant.
Oh. Where did I go?
The chicken soup was outstanding, but we have a little bit of time before the next place opens,
I thought
which is
Where Did I
going to be
Go
an
was a
evening
good
restaurant,
place.
which is going to be another version of a very unique style Taiwanese hot pot.
I know where it's at.
But we have a little bit of time, so we're going to stop for a place where they
I thought
serve
that's a good- I thought it
Taiwanese
was a good
steamed
place
and
to eat
fried
at.
buns.
Not so much anymore? I thought you liked that place.
And this place is extremely popular. As they're making a fresh batch, people are just lining up and waiting for that fresh batch of steamed buns. And we got here right at the right time. Uncle's
Yeah,
putting in a fresh batch right now. He cleans out that gillet. Then he has all the dumplings already made, and he's so fast. He just takes that entire tray of dumplings and just rapidly sets them into the hot pan griddle, just so like evenly spaced out. And then he floods it out with the water, so those are gonna steam and kind of boil all at the same time. We gotta wait probably
like
10
the
minutes or so
old-
until we see the next
old
process,
version.
where they kind of like sear the bottom of them to toast them on the bottom. It's all about timing. As soon as that water and liquid dries up, and just enough so they don't burn, but just turn golden brown on the bottom and create that kind of thin, crispy crust on the bottom.
Let me just
almost like literally a few more seconds and it would be burnt on the bottom. But it's all about timing and just expertise.
Hello?
And that's a batch fresh.
Turn up.
Oh, that feels. Oh, that's dumpling steam. Oh, and another batch. The other batch is ready.
Don't turn your sound up.
I wasn't sure if we were gonna get in on this batch, but we got like the last few from this batch served hot and fresh, and the line just never ends, and they just gotta keep on making more and more constantly. But we got 3 different versions. These are so beautiful. Perfectly. Oh, it's kind of like fluffy, and the way they make it is, I mean, they just kind of put a little bit of oil at the bottom so that creates the crust, but then they really just kind of flood it out. They flood out the whole pan until it steams and boils and then fries on the bottom. There's 3 different flavors. I'm not totally sure which one this is. Let's just bite it.
Let's do that. How about that? Turn up. Oh, I don't want it too loud.
This one is the chives. Oh, chives and glass noodles. That is so good. It's so fluffy bread.
Stuffed fowl is always good.
But then you got that crispy crust on the bottom.
Turn up.
So
I'm gonna turn it down.
Really tasty. Really fresh and hot. We got the next one. Perfect. Oh, nice. Cabbage and carrots and glass noodles. So this one is also the vegetarian one. It's not vegetarian, but it's vegetable. There's a little bit of shrimp in there to give it some flavor. The cabbage actually remains quite nice and crisp. It doesn't overcook, so it's still crisp in there. And then we got one more.
I'll do that.
It's got to be the meat. All that texture. The fluffy bun.
Turn up the radio. Anyway.
The pork meatball on the inside. I think it's
I
green
like
onions
bao.
chopped up in there.
Stuffed bao is good.
Got just like
I guess it depends on what it's stuffed
juicy,
with. Right?
minced pork, fatty and oily, and a little bit of soup in there as well. Fantastic. Awesome snack. That was really tasty. You have to eat them when they're hot and fresh, right out of the steamer. That was a great afternoon snack before the next meal. This is the place right here on the corner. It's always busy on this really
It's in Taiwan,
busy
though.
intersection here. But now we are on our way to the next place.
Yeah, he's in Taiwan, so. Taiwan is totally different.
Oh, you step into this restaurant and you can immediately smell the fumes of ginger. Oh, that just awakens the taste buds. And this place we got here right.
I'm sure you can get it in
They
Chinatown,
said all the
but
tables are reserved. It's gonna be packed.
I'm sure. I
very
don't know
soon.
Taiwan. Like I think dim sum and like
Some vegetables, some mushrooms, and
Taiwan is not China.
They are famous for their ginger
The
duck.
Taiwanese
It's a
do
hot
not
pot
want to be
with duck
associated
and
with
ginger. It's kind
China.
of a medicinal soup. So this is a type of version of Taiwanese hot pot, but a very specialized version. So we already had chicken. Now it's time for duck.
I don't know. You like. A lot of people might not like the stinky tofu though.
In order to prepare the ginger duck pot, they actually have some of the cooked duck. They put that into a pan. That yellow liquid is actually pure ginger juice, and then some other sauces and some of the stock. All goes in, and then they boil it in the ceramic pot. They heat it up, they boil before they transfer it to your table.
I love duck. You don't like off-brook and stuff like that? Well, I can understand why you wouldn't like off-brook because if you're like me, you think girth or feet, in case you don't know what that
so we're
is.
sitting down for a
too
Taiwanese
bony.
ginger duck pot. And so this is fully loaded. There's meatballs in here. There's
Thank you
some
for
of the
following.
parts in here too. Some duck bones and duck joints and some meat as well. But then they also give you some on the side.
Just take
Looks like more
Kung Me
fresh
thing.
ingredients
Thanks for
are
following.
on the side, and you boil it yourself like a hot pot. And then there's some bean curd in here, and that's all simmering over charcoal. I love this place. Let's just
Thank
try
you
a
for
little
the
bit of that
follow.
broth first
It is
to get the
greatly
flavor.
appreciated.
Oh, that
Hopefully,
ginger.
I can help
Yes.
you
So good
stay
with
a
that
very
ginger.
positive one.
That's right, you heard Frozen.
taste the ginger, and then it has a sweetness, and that sesame oil in there gives it an immediate kind of nuttiness as well. Well, that's kind of oily, but really flavorful. So everything in here is already fully cooked. We can just start digging in, and you can kind of serve yourself a bowl of this hot broth with the meatballs, with the mushrooms, with the bean curd in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Duck bones and joints.
You like the first one or the second one?
Oh. Yeah, I'll try it. I'll try
I
that
like the
first, but we
first
also
one
have some
better
dipping
than the
sauces.
second one.
Wow. That duck almost tastes like red meat. Oh, it's so good.
Not
so,
to say
what do
that
you
the
call it when
second
it kinda,
one
is braised for so long that it turns
is
tender
bad.
and mushy. That's what happened with this
Just
duck.
that I like the
ginger is
first one
absorbed
better
into
than
it.
the
And then
second.
there's a few dipping sauces that we can try as well for dipping
Again, I'm
ingredients in.
not trying to say
Almost
the
looks like a
second was
mustard, but
bad.
it's a fermented soybean sauce.
It happens though.
Oh, that's really good. It tastes like a
Don't tell me
sweet
that you
miso
guys
almost.
started
An extra
singing
dimension, an extra saltiness.
"Let It Go" like
That's really
over
good.
and
Yeah,
over
then we got
again when
some
you
of the
were
chilies
when you
and soy
saw that
sauce, I think.
movie. Because all little kids started singing "Let It Go" over and over again.
I love the flavor, the aroma of the smoke as well, and the charcoal. Let's try the duck meatball.
And then Disney started changing everything into Frozen.
Oh,
Like
meatball is
even at
fantastic.
Disneyland
Oh.
in LA, they had a lot of
It's really
Frozen-based
spongy
stuff.
and really it just absorbed that ginger broth.
From like
And then we got the bean curd as well.
they passed the
Yeah,
Aladdin
miso.
phase, then turned it into Frozen. Don't get me
This is
wrong,
the
I like
vermicelli.
Frozen, but
Vermicelli.
not
A little
that
bit
much.
of sesame oil and shallot oil. Fried shallots on it. That's really fragrant. With those fried shallots. And really, really tender as well. Oh man. This is also just fun. I mean, it's really casual, really kind of like a street food environment. Like, come here with a family and friends, big groups,
Yeah,
and just sit around the
10-year
fire, sit
anniversary.
around the charcoal with the hot pot.
Are you into
At this
them?
stage, I think we're ready to add a special ingredient, some of the rice wine, into the boiling soup. And usually they put the whole bottle. Oh, that's gonna add a new dimension. I think let's go all in. Oh, that smells so good. I mean, I thought it was the oils and the medicinal herbs that are the warming part, but this might be the secret warming part. I think we're almost ready to actually start cooking some of the side ingredients because we have a nice broth base now. We're ready to start. Strips of ginger in here too. Want to try
I'm
that
not
ginger?
really big into like musical bands or whatever their anniversary years, but there are some people that are
That
big
ginger is
into
what's
them. So.
powering the whole pot. I mean, along with that duck. Oh yeah, you can really taste that rice wine as well. Oh, that's good. That
Like
gives it a totally
the Japanese
different feel to
band
it.
Baby
Kinda mellows
Metal,
out
they
the
just
oil,
celebrated
and
their
then you've got
10
that
year.
kind of sweetness from the rice wine as well. Okay, so this is some of the duck heart. They said to cook it in. Oh, these are beauties. Really
Yeah.
clean looking too.
I never played Destiny, so.
Because you don't want to overcook
But
the
I
duck
don't have
heart, so
an
they said to just put it
Xbox.
in this spoon strainer and just kind
But
of leave it for about 2 minutes or so.
I'm not a big gamer, anyways.
Yeah, I think that's good. That heart could go for a little dip with some of the chili, a little chili, and maybe some of the soybean paste as well. Oh, wow. That duck heart is so good. Oh, it's so tender and juicy. So clean tasting, actually. Wow, it doesn't even have an ironiness or anything. It's just really clean.
That's cool.
Not a bloody
I
taste
mean,
at all. Yeah, you
yeah,
really taste
some
that
of
with
the
that hot
old
broth, too.
classic console games, they're slowly bringing into the PC realm.
Yeah, that's a combination right there. If you take some of the heart, then you chase it with a
Or,
little
of
bit of that
course, you
hot
can
broth.
always buy like an
That's
emulator and
really,
play
really
it
good.
that way.
That's really hot.
Not that I'm suggesting that people go out
These are
and
rice
buy an
cake with
emulator to play
blood rice
console
cakes.
games
Let's
on
add
their
this in.
PC, but
Oh, okay. Let's add all of these in. Maybe some of
if
these
you really wanted
seasonal
to, you
veggies.
could.
Throw that in. And I think that vegetable is ready. Let's dig back in and grab some of the vegetable. There's still more of that bean curd. A lot of goodies down here. Lots and lots of things.
Rectangular cubes
It's so flaming hot because that
that
oil,
he's
it's
eating.
like
I don't
burning
know.
oil. That's really good and crisp. And it just kind of like retains, or what does it do? It kind of like, some of that oil just sticks to that leaf.
But anyway, so on my streams, I'm mostly, when I'm not out walking dogs, I'm mostly streaming food videos. So if you guys like food videos, we stream a lot of food videos on here. But yeah, I'm not a console gamer or anything like that.
Rice
So
cubes should be done down there. Let's try one of these. There's rice held together by blood. I think it's pork blood.
oh, I think it's pork blood. Yeah,
Oh, that's nice.
those cubes, those red cubes that he's eating is
You don't really actually taste that much of the blood.
coagulated
It's kind of holding that rice together
pig's
in a little
blood.
brownie shape. This is a really unique, unlike any other Taiwanese.
I don't know. You guys would try it.
Combination of ingredients, flavor, and even kind of the
I know some
experience
people
here.
love pig's blood in
Really
their
local.
soup.
Really a cool place. Now that we are wrapping up, now
Pig's
that we finished
blood
with
is-
dinner, this place is packed and getting busier and busier. Almost all the tables are full. It's really like a loud environment. I love it.
Would
Absolutely
you
great part of Taiwanese culture. Hot pot is
try
always fun, but
pig's
it's
blood?
definitely a unique hot pot. And it kinda turned
Coagulated
into,
pig's blood
chicken versus
soup.
duck today. It's been another great day of food in Taipei. And also don't miss this entire Taiwanese food series. There's gonna be a few videos in this series, a lot of delicious Taiwanese food, and that's gonna wrap it up for this tour today. I wanna say a huge thank you for watching. Please remember to give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Leave a comment below, I'd love to hear from you. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe right now because there's gonna be a lot more food videos that you are not going to wanna miss. Thanks again for watching. Good night from Taipei, Taiwan, and I will see you on the next video.
I love hot pot. I don't recall ever having quote unquote stinky tofu, but let's see this.
Hey everyone, hope you're having an amazing day. It's Mark Weens. I'm in Taipei, Taiwan. This is a city that is an absolute paradise for you if you love to eat breakfast and brunch. And I think for you and me as food lovers, we never want to miss breakfast. And so today, this morning, we are going on an ultimate breakfast and brunch tour. There's such a huge variety of Taiwanese food that you can enjoy in the morning. It's gonna be a lot of street food, a lot of delicious food.
I've been
coming
to
up for you right
Taiwan
now in
once.
this video.
No. Well, speaking of Dambori,
Good morning again from Taipei, Taiwan.
you
We
want
have a lot of delicious
to
food to
take
eat on
you
this
to
street food
the,
tour, which is going to focus on breakfast and brunch in
Cherry
Taipei.
Blossom
And they
Parade
truly
next Sunday.
know what they're doing when it comes to breakfast.
It's from
They
1
know
to
how
3
to handle
o'clock
the
next
breakfast of
Sunday
champions. But
in
we are beginning
Japantown.
today at a decades-old shop that specializes in one of the staples. Something, I mean, you just absolutely have to begin your day with in Taipei. I love just about
I don't
everything
mind,
about
like,
this place. It's just
going
so much
there and
history
then
and heritage
streaming.
and just the preservation
Good
of
boy,
Taiwanese
okay.
breakfast. And so you stand in line, then you can order your
Going there
different
and
pastries, your
streaming
different
the
selection
Cherry
of breakfast,
Blossom
savory, and I
Parade
think they have
for
some
you
sweet things
guys.
as well. And then there's another line where you can get
I
that
know.
soy milk, a breakfast staple in
But
the morning.
if they want to see, you
We
guys
have
want
a
to
few
see it,
unique versions of soy milk that we're gonna try as well, and I'm gonna show you. You're in line now, getting the
Just
aromas of those
content
baking
ideas,
chive
you know?
pockets and the savory bread pastries in the morning. And it's
for
such a
2
cool
hours,
oven.
and then we can go do something else afterwards or whatever. It's from 1 to 3
It's
Pacific
more like a griddle oven. So you've got two different heat situations.
on Sundays.
Flaky pastry.
I definitely
Smells
don't
so
mind
good.
showing you guys, or you
This
guys
place is
want to
absolutely
see.
legendary. I think it's been here for decades and for
Find a good
generations.
spot to,
and it's a very popular place for traditional Taiwanese breakfast. I mean,
Thank
this
you
is a
guys, Steve.
staple of Taiwanese breakfast that we're beginning with today. So everything is served hot and fresh. One of the main famous things is jiaobi, which is the meat bread. Before anything, this has to be our first bite of the day. How they kind of scorch it on the outside on the hot griddle and then bake it. Oh, it's warm. It's like a puck with meat on the inside.
Other food sounds good and
That
looks
is
good.
so good, so warm. The dough is so perfectly crispy and gooey. The pork meat on the inside is so juicy with the green onions and scallions. Oh, that's a breakfast of champions on my first bite. For my next bite, I think I'll go with some of this chili sauce. This is their house chili sauce. Oh, this looks amazing.
It looks
Oh,
good
wow.
to me
Sometimes the
anyway.
Taiwanese chili sauce can be really salty, so you can only add a little bit. That's just like pure chili. Wow, that's good. Breakfast of champions. Let's try some of the soy milk dishes that we've got. They have some very unique soy milk dishes. This is the
And
one I'm
of
most
course,
excited to
guys,
try.
if you
It
guys
is
are
a
into
savory
Stream
soy milk.
Raider,
You can see that it kind of curdles, so they add a little bit of vinegar. I think he added soy sauce to it as well, and then it kind of curdles into almost
Stream
looks like a
Raiders.
steamed scrambled egg, but that's just all tofu. Oh, you can smell kind of a roasted savory aroma to it as well. Whoa, that's
you guys
that
into
wobbles.
Stream
I
Raiders,
don't think I've never had soy
put
milk like
your
this.
units on the Stream Raiders.
Wow, that's hot. Totally different texture. It changes to more of a curdled soy milk kind of custard. That is unique. Oh, I like it. And it's just a little bit salty from that soy sauce, but not overly salty. Wow, that's something definitely, it's a totally different soy milk experience. Okay, next.
No, what would
There's another
Japantown
version
be
of soy milk that
doing?
they make here. Then he added in, I think sugar. Oh, there's the egg. It curdled in there like an omelet inside
It
your soy
was
milk.
so crowded this weekend in Japantown
It's basically a poached egg
because
in the hot
this
soy
was the
milk.
first
Totally
weekend
different.
of
It's
the
like you get
Cherry
your
Blossom
beverage and
Festival.
egg all in one. Okay, I'm moving on to the next pastry. Oh, this
Like
is what
all
I've
the
been waiting for.
restaurants,
It's a flatbread.
there was at
You can see
least
how
a half
flaky
an
it is,
hour away
stuffed
for every
with an
restaurant.
omelet and a
At
little bit of
least,
sauce. Oh, and you can
at a
see
minimum.
the layers of that bread.
Not everything. You're over exaggerating everything,
Oh, it's
buddy.
so good. Hot
You
and
always
fresh.
over
With
exaggerate
omelet in the
everything,
center.
though.
The flaky, crispy, smoky bread. Well, we need
Yeah,
some chili sauce.
Japantown was so crowded this weekend. All the restaurants and everything was at least a half hour wait. They all
Delicious.
have waiting
What a
lists.
breakfast. What a combination. And then also there's a little bit of a sweet, sticky sauce in the center as well. Kind of almost like a char siu kind of
Honestly, you
sauce
haven't been out.
is coated in there as well.
There are a lot of places that seem back to normal. Of course, there are a lot of places that are
I
dead,
think maybe
but
we should split this
there
one
are a
in
lot
half
of
to see the
places
inside,
that
'cause I
seem
think
back
there's
to
glass
normal.
noodles. They just hold in the juices. Oh, there's tofu
You
inside
didn't
of
go
here
to
too.
J-Town
And
this
egg,
weekend.
and chives or scallions and glass noodles. Oh, that's fully loaded.
I hope the crowd is there next weekend, but I
The
don't want
fragrance
it
of
to
the chives
be
is really
that
nice and really
crowded.
strong. And then you just have that texture of the glass noodles as well. All totally different flavors, different textures, all really good. And they all pair really well with soy milk. Oh, and we have one more, final soy milk. Oh, that's still so hot. Oh, don't gulp it too fast. This is just the original soy milk, nothing added, nothing, just the
During the
pure.
Cherry Blossom
Yet, What
Festival?
you'll immediately notice is the smokiness. It's because they purposefully burn the bottom, which then flavors the entire pot and gives it that incredible aroma. It has a more of a complexity than just straight soy milk, and that's part of the thing that makes it special.
The Burger
there.
King is
It
not
really
really
is good.
Japantown, though.
It's really one of the great ways
I'm
to start
talking
your
about
day
the
when you're
heart
in
of
Taiwan.
Japantown, like where the mall is and stuff. It was so crowded.
Next up on this food tour in Taipei, we are going to a place, a really popular local place that sells danzai noodles, which is a famous noodle dish. And this place is extremely popular. They open up early in the morning and they sell out by about 10 a.m. So this is the spot here on the corner. It was before a food stall, but now it's more of a permanent location, but still kind of within the market. It's called danzai noodles or ta'ami noodles, which is the Taiwanese name. And it's a noodle dish that has a very unique story, but let's order first. Actually, this will be my
Anyways,
first
do
time
you
to try
want me
Danzai
to
noodles.
take you guys
And in
to
order
the
make it, you can choose 2 different types of noodles: the rice
parade
noodles
next
or the wheat
Sunday?
noodles. I got the wheat noodles, which is the more popular option. And then they put it into the basket. They add in a bunch of bean sprouts.
It might
and
be
looks some
like the
green
most
onions,
boring 2
blanch
hours of
those
your
noodles,
life.
and then put it into your bowl.
But
and then they add in the sauce.
if you guys
The
have never
sauce is
seen
a
it,
rich
I don't mind
combination of
streaming it
dried
for you guys.
shrimp and pork. Looks like some garlic in there. It looks really flavorful, almost like a gravy for the noodles, which gets ladled on top of the noodles. Then you can get it with some different sides. There's some of the braised eggs. There's some of the meatballs. The meatball soup is common and popular, and then some of the braised pork. And then some of their different seasonings as well, but it looks delicious. And it's also known to be served in little bowls, like a snack portion of noodles, which is perfect size, but I cannot wait to dig into these Danzai noodles. Oh man, hot and fresh.
My mom's making some pig feet. If you like pig feet, I don't know if you like pig feet or not, but
Oh yeah, it's so good. There's so much flavor in that sauce with the shrimp and that complexity of the dried shrimp and the pork. Saltiness, there's a little bit of sweetness to it, and the garlickiness.
are you into pig
it's
feet?
So good. Kind of just like warm and comforting as well.
I know feet in general
Yes,
is
this their
not
chunky
for
chili
everybody.
oil. Fermented beans and chilies and oil. You taste like the fermented beans in there immediately. A little bit of heat from the chilies, and then that chili oil, and the saltiness. Oh, and then we have the egg as well. Oh yeah, with the egg especially, you taste those Taiwanese braising spices. Back to the history of Danzai noodles. It actually traces back to Tainan in the south of
So
Taiwan.
we went to the
Perhaps
Chongqing
single fisherman.
noodle
It's called
house
ta'ami noodles
in
Taiwanese.
Chinatown.
That originates out of like resourcefulness,
Like on
from the
Kearney
fishing season,
Street?
because there's 3 months during the summer when Taiwan experiences heavy typhoons,
But
bad weather,
they
and the
gave us
seas
a
are so
bowl
rough
of
that
rice and they
fishing
charged us
is
like
very limited.
$1.50 for
All
it
the
without
fishers
even
needed to
asking
come
if
up with
we
a solution
wanted
of
it or
what to
not.
do and how to earn money during the off season, or what is also called the slack season, which the noodles translate to. And so this guy, whose name is Hong Yutao, he was a fisherman from Tainan who decided to come up with a noodle dish that used dry shrimp as the base, but just a little bit of seafood that flavored a whole bowl of noodles, which he could sell during the off season. And he would sell that from a pole with 2 pots on either end and sell it throughout the city. And that's how it got started. I mean, to this day, it's called slack season noodles, and it still exists today. It's a very popular noodle dish, and it is very tasty. And now everybody has their own recipe. There's so many different variations that you'll find as well. Let's move on to that soup clear broth. You can see these meatballs are gonna be really bouncy. Actually, they're kind of like dense, yeah? I'll try that broth first. Oh yeah, nice.
I remember
Really
going
clear,
there when they were the
not
old
too oily,
Woyloi.
and just kind of not too salty either. And then those meatballs.
Woyloi. I mean, how was it bad though? I normally don't trust those
Meatballs
hole in the wall
incredible.
Chinese places.
So spongy and bouncy. And I like how the texture is not too fine, not too smooth. You actually taste the muscle grains of that meat. Okay, and then finally we have the braised pork feet and ankle material with the cartilage, with the fat. Oh yeah, this is gonna be
Oh, braised.
wobbly. This is all the collagen,
He's eating braised pork feet.
the gooey bits. Really tasty and really gooey, and goes well together with this entire set actually.
For me, I think it would be too bony.
That sauce starts to go to the bottom so you can kind of just rehydrate. That's where all the flavor has just seeped down to the bottom of your bowl. So tasty. Okay, 谢谢, bye bye, thank you. Oh man, they're so nice. What a spot. 谢谢. What a spot here on the corner. So friendly and absolutely delicious Danzai noodles. Okay, we're moving on. We have a lot more to eat. Now, next up down this alley, there's a place that we're going to that serves almost like a buffet style breakfast where you can choose all the different dishes you're gonna eat. This place is just so cool. It's a busy place. People just line up and then they have all the different dishes prepared at the front. They have regular rice, they have congee, and then one of their specialties here is curry rice.
It's
Oh,
mixed.
nice. So they take the rice and they just load it up. They have this big pot of curry sauce, which they just ladle onto your rice, and then you can eat that with all the different side dishes, just depending on what you want to eat. So we're gonna get a few of their specialties, some of their signature dishes, and I have to try that curry rice. Okay, all sitting down here for a
I would
feast
eat
of
that if I
brunch.
ate
This place
rice, but
opens
I don't
early
eat
in the
that much
morning.
rice
And again, they're
anymore.
just so friendly, and the food is so cooked hot and fresh. So I got some
I would try it
with
anyways,
tomato egg. We got one of
but I
the
don't eat
fish
that much
that
rice
he
anymore. So
recommended. This is some of the bean curd skin. This is one of their signature dishes, is a steamed pork. And then they gave me some of this chicken, which they said I have to try, as well as some of this soup. But the first thing I gotta try is there's just this straight curry rice and served with a little bit of chili on the side here. All right.
what's your take on Chinese
It's just warm
curry
and comforting,
versus
not
American
overpowering. It's very similar to
curry
Japanese curry, that kind of
versus Indian
savory
curry versus
gravy
Thai
almost,
curry?
with just a hint of a curry powder flavor to it, but not really too strong. It's almost like, yeah, like a thickened gravy, but it's just so
Do you
tasty,
like
and it
Chinese
kind of
curry,
adds some heartiness, some
Japanese
stickiness to the
curry,
rice.
Indian
And
curry,
then you
or
could go
Thai
in for
curry?
some of the side dishes. The tomato egg is a very popular dish. A little bit
You're
sweet,
not
and
supposed
then
to go
tart,
carb
and
free
then you got the
anyways.
scrambled egg in there.
You
Such a
need
cool,
carbs,
very local place. Some of that purple
but you
eggplant.
gotta burn them. Just don't go. Just don't
Oh, I
eat a
love
bunch
eggplant.
of dirty
That's just
carbs, like from
completely
fast
melts
food.
in your mouth. Juicy and creamy. For the fish, it's a horsehead tile fish. It's been fried, so you can see that kind of crunchy crust on it. But then at the same, after being fried, then it's
Japanese
braised, so it
curry.
retains and just absorbs the juiciness.
I'm with you on Japanese curry. How about Chinese curry,
Good
Indian
as well.
curry,
The
or
flavor of that
Thai
sauce
curry?
boiled, it absorbs all the flavor. Has a little bit of a soy sauce taste to it, and just like good and comforting. This is one of their signatures, that steamed pork. Oh man, that brings back good memories. I used to love steamed pork as a kid, and that is kind of fatty, juicy, salty, and just the texture of it, because it's so crumbly. It's like a really coarse mince, so it just kind of crumbles and falls apart in your
Well, a
mouth.
lot of Indian
Really
curry
easy
and
to eat.
Thai curry
So much
has
flavor. Okay, and then we've
coconut
got
milk in
the
it.
braised bean curd skin, something I also love, like a byproduct of the
Unless
tofu
you're a fan of
process with
coconut
that
milk,
skin,
then
but it
you
gives
might
a
not
totally
like it
different
that much.
texture. And you can see it has a little bit of a glaze on it as well. You just feel the layers, all those really thin layers of the tofu skin, and then kind of has a sweet braised sauce to it. Try some of that soup. Oh, radish. Just a really simple soup, probably with pork bones and pork flavor. And then you like really just taste the flavor of radish boiled down in that broth. And then the final dish here is the chicken, which they actually gave us on the house. They said we should try this with a little bit of herbs in there and a nice sauce. Oh yeah, immediately you taste the ginger, the onions, and the basil in there. The sweetness of that basil, really good. Curry rice is outstanding. I mean, all the dishes are delicious. And while I really do enjoy all forms and shapes of breakfast, something about rice and curry in the morning with all the different side dishes, for me, this is the ultimate breakfast. Oh man, this is so good.
I haven't had it in a while, but yeah.
So right next door to where they sell
Curry
the food,
katsu
this is
is
where
okay.
Auntie's kitchen is and where she does all the cooking.
You
She
can
just
even
flies
order
around from
like
walk to walk, cooking all the dishes. And I think as soon as they finish one dish, then she'll cook another
curry
batch
beef
or cook
on
another
top
dish to
of
replace it. So there's just
like
constantly a supply of fresh
udon
food. And
noodles
she doesn't
or
cook in
dried
that big of
ramen or
portion size.
something.
I don't think it's ever
Not
sitting
dried
for that
ramen,
long,
but
so you're guaranteed hot, fresh food,
like
especially with the amount of people that come into the stall.
on top of noodles.
谢谢. Just
You can
bye
order
bye.
like curry
So
noodles
friendly,
that
so
do
accommodating.
not
Oh,
come with
and
a
Auntie's in the kitchen too.
do not come
谢谢.
with stew.
谢谢, 谢谢,
It
谢
comes
谢.
with
Oh, they're
curry
just
instead.
incredibly nice. That is ultimate Taiwanese hospitality. Delicious food, breakfast of champions. Oh, that was a great experience. But we're not done yet. There's still more to eat, which is coming up. Let's go to the next place. This was
But you can
unplanned,
also
but we were
order
walking through
like
the neighborhood.
curry
We have a little bit of
donbori.
extra time today on this tour, and so we decided to stop by. This is a place that is for generations now. We're on the third generation that's running it now, but they have been making this special type fish ball with pork in the center, made from a combination of fish and thresher shark. These are jacuzzi-sized giant tubs, walks of the fish balls just bobbing away, boiling away. How many fish balls in one walk do you think?
300-400个一定有的。
300 to 400 floating fish balls. We have to try them. It looks so good.
Only problem is that a lot of curry places they put
here we
sugar
go.
in their curry.
Uncle just finished a fresh batch of the fish balls. These are truly unique fish balls.
Do you like
And then
fish
one of the great
soup?
things about this, well, you can get them with noodles as well, or vermicelli or mung bean noodles, but I just got the straight soup with the fish balls. And then one of the great things is the condiments bar, where they have a variety of different chili sauce, chili oils, and then some of the pickled spicy cabbage that is really salty, so you just need a little bit to kind of flavor the broth in the soup. And for the first bite, we won't bite the whole thing, we'll just kind of bite half of it, and that way we can see what's inside of it. Oh, it's sprayed. It's almost like a dumpling. It's all made of fish and then pork on the inside. And this is when you could definitely utilize some of these chili oils. There's a variety of them, some of the original one, and then one is the mala. Scoop in with this chili oil.
That might be interesting. Fish balls stuffed with meat
The flavor of the fermented bean in that sauce gives it such
instead
a rich flavor.
of
And then you can also add it
a
to your soup,
traditional
so you can flavor it
bao,
up.
like
But the soup looks like a
stuffing
light, kind of oily broth.
stuffing fish with ground meat instead of traditional bao, and then making a bao out of
Chili oil is incredible.
fish balls
So yeah,
or
I
something.
think we should season the entire bowl of soup. Typically add this soup, that pickle, maybe add a little bit of that chili, and then also you can save some of that chili for dipping as well. With that pickled cabbage, it's really kind of leathery in texture, really salty. It just like adds so much flavor and that fermentation to the soup. I'm gonna put one of these over into the chili oil again. That is incredible. It's like, it's so smooth. You almost think it's almost like a mochi or a rice wrapper, but it's fish.
I try that. On Tom Young soup.
Delicious.
I try that.
Wow,
Fish
you
ball
step down
soup.
this lane.
But
We're,
the
like,
fish balls
in
are
the middle
stuffed
of
with
a
ground
neighborhood,
meat.
and we have just arrived. This is a
Veggie.
temple, which is called Chisenkong. And it just like, you walk down an alley and just emerge into this courtyard where the temple is, where these absolutely spectacular banyan trees draping over the entire courtyard. And this is a well-known temple, as well as a well-known area for local and traditional Taiwanese street food. And so people come here
Oh,
to
you're
eat,
talking
to
about
socialize, to hang out.
the
It's
Thai
an
soup, Tom
amazing
Yum?
hidden gem off the beaten path. And this is where we're gonna keep on eating and continuing this food tour. Food stalls are all in the front, and there looks to be about 20 different food stalls that all offer their specialty. And so what you can do, you kind of have two different options for eating and for choosing your food. One is they kind of have bar counter seating at every stall, just a bench where you can sit right, chef's table right in front of where the chef is cooking and eat right there. Alternatively, you can order from a bunch of different stalls and then find a table here in the courtyard under the banyan trees. And so that's probably what we're gonna do so that we can try a number of different things. One of the popular food stalls here that we're gonna try is the kanji stall. So kanji is coming up in our near future, but you can smell the aroma, the ginger. They have the nice kanji here in the center, and it's
or
more
jok.
soupy. You can see it's very brothy, and then the rice below, rather than porridgey, it's more brothy. And then they serve it with a variety of fried seafood and sides. There's fried pork. They're cooking everything in this stall. This is a popular place, and it smells incredibly good. Okay, so we're gonna start with the rice
yum.
congee. And this setting is just
So
so
it's like a
spectacular.
dessert
Shaded again.
soup?
I've probably said that already 3 times, but shaded by the banyan trees in this courtyard. It's such a lovely, friendly environment, and hot, fresh food couldn't get better than this. The congee looks really good. They scoop it up. Looks like there's some radish in the congee as well, some meat, just like light
Oh,
and
their
fragrant. And then we
joke
got
is
mostly, you could get fried pork was
very
common, but then,
soupy.
since we're
Not
having plenty
thick
of other pork
like
today,
some of the
decided to go for
Chinese
some of
joke.
the fried seafood. There's shrimp, there's calamari, there's fried oysters.
The,
Let's just taste it first before seasoning
the
with some
Taiwan joke
the
is
pepper.
very soupy. So
Oh,
it's not
immediately taste-
very
I think that is
thick,
radish.
like
Radish in
very
there, which
thick,
is,
like the Chinese joke.
giving that soup some flavor. Not overpowering, just a nice flavor. You taste a little bit of porkiness in that broth. Not thick and oily, but just kind of like brothy. Really good. And then I think it would be good with a sprinkle of white pepper that they have here. Oh, that smells good with that white pepper. Look at that view up there.
What?
Okay, let's try it with some of that seafood.
He's
So
sleeping.
we've got a variety of seafood,
My
oysters,
dog's
shrimp,
sleeping.
served with a sauce
My
on the
mom
side
was
as well.
worried about where our dog was. Sometimes he likes to
You can see the seafood is lightly battered.
jump into
It
the
looks kind of
kitchen
like crumbly
when
as well,
he's
almost
sleeping right
like
now.
corn flour.
Yeah, that joke looks very watery. It's
Oh,
like rice.
hot
It's
and
like
fresh
rice soup
and
almost.
crispy. And then there's
Instead
oysters
of
and
like
squid.
I like the thicker joke, like the Chinese style.
Oh, the calamari is excellent. And with some pickled radish, I think, on the side. Oh man, I love it with that white pepper. That brings out the full flavor potential. The toasted garlic with the fried garlic on
I
top
don't
too,
want
adds
like
another fragrance.
I don't want like
just
a
really light
rice soup.
and
I used
soothing.
to drink rice soup all the time
The
though.
fragrance of the fried shallots in there as well. That brings out the flavor.
The Taiwanese joke looks more like
Yeah, and
rice
also
soup
fried-
than
little fried
Chinese
oysters.
joke. Chinese joke is very thick and not runny like that.
The people you meet here are very friendly also. He says he eats here every single day. Loyal customer, very good. The next dish that we're gonna eat is a pork ribs soup with radish. It smells really good. This is another very popular stall here. And along with the pork ribs soup, they also serve a number of different Taiwanese braised dishes, a bunch of vegetable side dishes. There's tofu, there's pork. You can kind of choose the different side dishes, but your main dish has to be that pork ribs radish soup. So the next food here at the market, and this is, and the luro fun, which is one of the national dishes of Taiwan, rice with braised pork belly over it, which you can eat with all the accompanying sides. And then we got bamboo shoots, there's some greens, some braised tofu, some cabbage, and some dipping sauces. But we gotta start with that soup because that's like the main attraction here. There's big chunks of
Pork
radish.
rib soup.
And just try that broth first.
Looks very good.
That's almost exactly how it looks. Just so clean and pure. You taste the flavor of the pork and then just that undertone sweetness of the radish. I don't think there's any spice in there. A little bit of salt, not overly salted, but just like the pure taste of pork and radish. Let me try that luro fun first. Again, just pork belly till it literally starts to melt, making a sauce that's perfect harmony for rice. Literally
I would
like,
definitely try that.
like butter half melted.
Again, I
You don't
can't
even
eat
really
that
notice
much
that
rice,
fat
but
because it's so soft. It's effortless
I would
to eat.
try it.
Then I'll go in for some of these, all these really tender braised greens. I love that. A little bit of sourness to it. Really tender, really soft. Okay, next up for the braised tofu. I love how spongy the tofu is and how it just absorbs all of those braising liquids and spices.
Braised tofu is always good too.
And again, the sponginess. This one has a nice flavor to it. You can taste some of the medicinal herbs in it, and just so fluffy in your mouth. Okay, next up for the bamboo shoots. And I think he actually puts on a little bit of that braised pork sauce to give it some flavor as well. I love bamboo shoots. That texture, the silkiness plus the stringiness at the same time. Has a little bit of a, I'm not sure if they're pickled or preserved, it's a little bit salted, a little bit of acidity, but just that juicy, crisp bamboo shoot flavor. And then finally the cabbage, like most of their sides that they offer, I think. Very soft and sweet. And the whole combination of everything goes together as well, with the soup and the rice and all those veggies.
$5, almost $6.
Before we leave this
$5.82 for that. That's a pretty good meal for $5.82.
For the next dish, we're gonna
Almost
transfer over here and
$6.
sit chef's counter table here. But they're called fried chicken roll, but it's actually not chicken at all. It's pork and onions is the mixture, and then he wraps it in a tofu skin and then deep fried. And the reason they're called a deep fried chicken roll is because it looks like a chicken neck once it's deep fried. So this will be the first chicken roll that doesn't include chicken that I've ever tried, and it looks and smells delicious. Okay.
With the chopsticks.
Yes, nice. That adds to it. You can see how chunky the onions is. I mean, it's really like just chopped onions. It's not like an onion puree. It's chunky onions, pork in there, and then just kind of held together with that tofu skin. And there is a little bit of batter, but it doesn't look too heavy on the batter. Served with a sauce. Oh wow, that is so tasty. I like how the onions, it's not fully cooked, so they're crisp and juicy and flavorful. And then with that thin tofu skin, the sweetness of the onions, the flavor of the pork, and then that batter has a little bit of a like gooey texture to it to kind of hold it all together on the inside. That's unlike any other deep fried spring roll. Totally different texture, loaded with onions, really tasty.
Deep fried spring roll made with tofu wrapper.
The most busy of them all right now. What a rush. People are lining up to eat this. They're famous for their pork leg and pork hock.
Having a lot of pork today, it looks like.
So again, it's a thin broth, very porky, very popular. And you eat it together
I'm
with
gonna
some
pause
of the...
this. I'm gonna pause it and then we're gonna go play some Stream Raiders. Get you. Go back. Here we go. I'll continue watching.
vermicelli noodles with looks like some garlic on top as well. Oh wow! You can really taste the flavor of the rice wine and then the ginger in there, and then from there it's just this hot, porky bone broth, and that like flavor from the bones coming out to make it milky. Oh, that's really good broth. That broth is incredible. And then I'll try some of the pork and dip it into that sauce. And I got the leg, so it's less fat. If you get the hock, or if you get maybe the ankle or the leg, it would be a lot of fat and collagen in there. tender, flavorful, and really pure. Like it's not a strong taste to the pork. All of that flavor has been released into the broth. I think it's just really about that combination
Pork bone broth.
of the pork, the broth, and the broth is really something special. Next up to try these noodles. Oh, and immediately what I love about this is it has like garlic all over it, pureed garlic. Oh yeah. That raw garlic just absorbed into the noodles. So much garlic in there. And I mean, just few things are as exciting as a food lover. Just being right in the middle of the action. Everyone here for the good food. And then just like non-stop cooking in front of you as you're eating. What an environment, what a place. And you can tell there's so many people that come here to this stall, but to this whole market are people that come here. They're dedicated. We talked to one man who was really friendly who said he comes every day to eat that same food at that same stall. The dedication, the loyalty. I think the nostalgia brings back memories here of the old times and the tradition of Taiwanese food and social community. I think that's what really stands out here. Here in the kitchen now, talk about a boiled pork leg rush. People are just lining up the pork. They're just pulling out hocks, boiled hocks from all over the place, chopping them up. Auntie is chopping them up into bite-sized pieces. Then you can kind of almost choose your part. If you want the fattier part, if you want the more meaty part, then they just quickly blanch them again in the hot bone soup. And then they put it into your bowl. Then mix it with the ginger and just a squeeze of rice wine. But man, this is a rush to get here. It is so popular. It's been an absolutely fantastic street food tour in Taipei today.
I would probably eat most of the food that he ate today.
As well as some details about the
maybe not the rice
Highly
curry and
recommended
stuff, but
everything. I want to say a huge thank you to you for watching this video. Please
I would
remember to give it a thumbs up if
definitely
you
try
enjoyed
the
it.
fish
Leave a comment below.
balls.
I'd love to hear from you, and if you're
And
not already
then
subscribed, make sure you subscribe now for lots more food.
I don't
and
know
travel
about
videos.
the
And also make
deep
sure you
fried
watch this entire
tofu
Taiwanese food series
egg rolls.
where we're in
So that
Taipei
sounds
and we're
pretty
doing some
good.
very
Instead of
cool,
using
unique,
wrap,
off the beaten path
I use
food
like
experiences
tofu
and
skin.
eating some of the best Taiwanese food that you don't want to miss. So make sure you check out all the videos. Thanks again
I
for
might
watching.
try that.
I
That
will
sounds
see you
okay.
on the next video.
Definitely can't eat that much noodles per se. But
which would undercut the very basis for it being an anonymous jury in the first place. The lawyers want the social media data, and they don't want to offend the judge and say, hey, judge, we don't think that your voir dire is going to be effective.
Octopus balls with ginger. Look at this. It looks so hot. A little too hot.
Konnichiwa, welcome to Kyoto, Japan. This ancient city on the Japanese island of Honshu is one of the country's top destinations.
not going there.
Hey everyone, hope you're
more
having an
Mark Wiens.
amazing day. It's Mark Wiens. I'm in Taipei, Taiwan.
We saw that one already. Let's go to more Mark Wiens stuff. Finger fried rice.
Who tries to get in and hides their identity. That's what they're trying to guard against.
Taiwan street food.
Counsel on both sides seem to be laboring under the misunderstanding that they would have a list of prospective jurors for this case and could investigate the prospective jurors and or speculate as to their ethnic backgrounds, religions, and
Finger
various
fried rice.
appropriate and inappropriate subjects, but for the anonymous jury order. But they are mistaken. With unusual exceptions, counsel in jury cases in this district.
Hey everyone, hope you're having an amazing day. It's Mark Wiens. I'm in the back streets of Taipei, Taiwan. And today we are going on a street food tour that's going to focus, and we're gonna eat some of the high-powered wok dishes. It has been an absolute joy to watch them. Their cooking skills are on the next level. We'll be eating at a market stall where they specialize, where they just fly on the wok. Then we'll be eating an oyster omelet and seeing the process. Then we are going to the King of Fried Rice, where they fry 45 portions of fried rice at a time on a hot griddle. It's really an amazing process how they make the fried rice. So it's gonna be an amazing day with lots of action, and I'm gonna share it all with you coming up right now in this video, all of the food.
Good stuff.
So again, good afternoon from Taipei. We are near the National University, and we're gonna go into a restaurant where they cook food made to order in giant flaming woks. So we're gonna step into the market, and we're gonna have lunch here first. So step into the market. There's just about everything you can imagine. Food, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. There's
Do you like going to food
there's a
markets
whole
like
food court
that?
section. Whoa. Talk about food action. There's so much going on, and that's directly from market to mouth experience right here in the market. It is just a huge lunchtime rush in here. There's probably, dozens of stalls that you can choose from. People flock here from offices from the university and around this area for lunch. The stall that we're going to is right here on the corner, and we actually got here right as they opened, but as soon as they opened, they already have, like, she said, like 45-minute wait because they have so many takeaway orders already. They're true experts at the wok. The woks are roaring at full potential now. They're getting started. They make a variety of different dishes, but some of their signature dishes that we're also gonna try is the fried noodles, but then they also make egg with beef over rice, and then your choice of vegetables. So we're gonna try 3 different dishes here, and all of their signature dishes.
I love food, but not that much. I wouldn't consider myself a food connoisseur, but I do like food, but not like that.
It has been an absolute joy to watch them. Their cooking skills are on the next level. And now another chef has arrived, and he is just flying on the wok. Oh man, he's just like fluid, non-stop action. He makes that fried rice and those dishes dance. Two of the main dishes that we got have arrived. One is the egg curdled in a sauce with beef, and the other is the fried noodles. Let's start with this is one of their signature dishes here, that egg with beef sauce. And stir frying is just such one of the great cooking methods of the world. Look at that sauce, it's thick. The egg is curdled into the sauce, there's beef pieces in there, there's lots of green onions, and then it makes a beautiful sauce for that bed of rice. Oh yes, and the last dish has arrived. This is the vegetable, which he literally fried on fire in like 5 seconds. Okay, back to that beef with egg though. Literally makes like a gravy sauce for the rice. Oh, it's so hot. Feels like it's on fire. It's literally a gravy sauce, like a meat flavor, with the egg to give it some substance, with beef pieces, which they actually fried the beef in oil. And then you have the flavor, the freshness of the scallions. It's just warm and comfort and hearty. Let's try those vegetables, which he literally, again, fried in seconds. This is like right out of the wok with garlic. Just insane wok skills. Oh, that spinach is incredible. That's literally like oil on fire in your mouth with the vegetables just seared, not overcooked. Literally 5 seconds and done. I love that roasted garlic flavor. And then the last dish we got are the fried noodles. Stir-fried with beef, stir-fried with bean sprouts, stir-fried with green onions. Again, that's hot and as fresh as possible right out of the wok. You want to be careful not to take a massive bite because it's so hot.
Does it good, don't it?
But then again, it's so tempting that you almost can't resist from taking a massive bite and then regretting how hot it is in your mouth. So much wok hay, the flavor, the flame, the breath of the wok. Noodles are really good.
Anyways, guys,
Kind of like roasted
got
soy sauce
19
from
minutes
the
left.
iron wok, the beef. All those bean sprouts
Place
in
your
there, which are
units
giving
on
it
the
a really nice
battlefield.
crunch. They're just barely seared, so they're still crunchy and fresh.
Have you guys play some Spring Raiders?
The noodles, okay. For some of these condiments, there's some vinegar, and then this one is the chili oil, yes. For the condiments for the fried noodles, you can add chili oil, you can add vinegar. With the chili oil, with that vinegar to break the richness. They are kind of oily, so with that vinegar, that kind of enhances them and breaks it down. I mean, they're such masters of the wok. Whoa. Back to the beef and egg. Again, for the beef and egg, they said you can add some of the white pepper. That's a seasoning, and definitely some chili as well, but we'll start with some of that white pepper. I love white pepper. It seems, I mean, white pepper is mild, but then at the same time, it's so fragrant. And because it's a powder, I think like so much of that flavor has come out of it. Well, white pepper really enhances it. That's really good. Like, especially on a cold day, this is what you would want to be eating, because that thickened cornstarch or starchy gravy just kind of warms you all the way through the inside. But a little bit of that chili oil would be a joy as well. Look at it, the way it's glistening. It reflects. It's like an omelet, gravy, and a stir fry all in one. Wow. So good. Everything here is delicious.
No, I'm not.
And the freshness is unparalleled.
Why would I be? And why should I be?
Just
Number one,
it's almost mesmerizing watching.
you don't know by now.
I mean, the food within the wok just
I do not compare
such a hot fire,
myself
and
to other
really
people.
friendly as well. Oh, that was very tasty. What a lunch to begin this food tour.
Benny, you have known me for how long now? Almost 10 years, something like that?
First to eat an oyster omelet, which opens up in the early
Close to
evening,
10 years?
and then to
Almost
the king
10
of fried
years?
rice in New Taipei.
You should know by now that I don't give a flying fuck how much money people make.
We have reached our destination.
Sorry
This place is called
about my
Dongsu
language,
Huachun.
but I do not
So it is
give
an
a
oyster
flying
omelet place.
fuck how
It's at
much
the
people
end
make.
of the night market here, and it's a really popular place. She's frying it up, and we're gonna see how she makes it before we eat an oyster omelet. Probably eat some extra oysters, and they also do oyster soup here as well. But it looks really good, smells really good. Fresh oysters, the batter, the crispiness, the vegetables, and lots of oil to make it crispy. I think oyster omelet might be one of the most
about 10
famous
years.
foods from Taiwan as well. Of course, there's many variations, but how they make it is they first have the bucket of oysters, which are in a batter already. She ladles that onto the hot plate, lets that cook. And then after that, she has another bucket of another batter, which consists of a variety of starches. It's very white, and that definitely has some thickness and some stickiness to it. She kind of dripping it in very rhythmic and very like pattern oriented, so it has a different, so probably that provides some of the texture.
Yeah, I don't care for oysters myself.
And then she whips up the eggs, drizzles those onto the top. Adds on some vegetable, and then she flips it over. Then serves it to you with a puddle of sauce in the center. That's a unique version. What an oyster omelet. And then we also got a couple of their other side dishes. They have some of the blanched oysters with garlic oil and ginger, and a soup with oysters as well and ginger as well. Okay, here we go. Let's try it. And the sauce is a mixture of tomato, miso, and let's dig in. That's like a whole puddle of sauce too. Oh, you can see crispy, egg, gooey, oysters in the center, and sauce all in one. Making sure to get some of these oysters in that bite too. Hot and fresh.
Yeah, it looks interesting. Again, you guys get your units in the battlefield.
Oh wow.
Now 15 minutes to go, you guys.
And gooey, and the oysters melt in your mouth. And the batter in the egg is crispy and runny all at the same time. There's so many textures in that. Sauce is a little bit sweet and nutty and tomatoey. there's so many things going on in your mouth. And then also, really strategically, the way that she fries it and drizzles on the ingredients and the starches, it creates the outside is really crispy. The inside you can see is almost pudding, custardy, gooey, but that's really the strategy.
I don't care.
Delicious.
They can laugh all they want. I don't care.
Oh,
What
yeah.
do you
Oh,
not
this over here?
understand? I already said I don't care.
Oh, with the chili oil, that takes it to the next level. A little bit of heat, and then there's that fragrance of the oil, the contrast, the sweetness. Okay, we have a couple more oyster dishes that we have to try.
Other
Let's try the
people's
oyster soup
opinion
while
of
it's hot
me
and
don't
fresh.
matter.
A little bit of basil in here, a lot of ginger, and that broth, that oyster broth, and maybe shallots. or
Unless
garlic.
they're my boss or something, then that's different. But the general opinion of me don't
It's
matter.
so simple. And just
Of
so
course,
clean.
if they're your boss or
The
something,
pureness of the
their
oysters,
opinion
the
matters
broth.
because
And I love
it's a
those really
difference
thin
between
slices
you
of
having
ginger
a job
that
and you
makes it-
being
and the
fired.
basil in here is
But
delicious.
if they're not your boss and they're just random people on the street,
The last oyster
they can
dish,
go,
I think these are
pardon my French or
blanched,
pardon my
quickly
language, they can
blanched,
go fuck themselves.
and then seasoned, just drenched in oil. It's either garlic oil or shallot oil. Beautiful plump oysters. Let's try it first, but definitely. Oh, there's ginger on the bottom too. Yes, excellent. They're actually cooked perfectly, just kind of like half cooked, so
It's
they're really
different
still
if a
juicy and
random
plump.
person says something to you than if somebody you're closely associated with says something.
Oh, wow. That is so good. Salty, oily, ginger. Either shallot oil or garlic oil, which is so fragrant. Just infused. And then those really thin slices of ginger. That adds so much flavor. Oh, that's delicious. Oh, this would
I
be the
don't care
perfect
what the
combination.
random
This chili
person
oil,
thinks of me or what a
and reach down, scoop
person
down to
that's
that
close to
ginger
me thinks of
combination.
me. That's totally different.
Oh, wow, that's good. Oh, man. With that extra chili oil, it'll melt in your mouth oysters. And the ginger.
I don't value myself like other
What a
people
combination.
value
All
themselves.
three dishes. Oh, man. Delicious down to the last
Like I don't
oyster.
put $1.
Fantastic place in Taipei to fulfill
I
your
don't put
oyster
a
needs.
value,
Okay,
a
it is
dollar
night
value
now,
on
so they
myself.
should be open.
I never
We have
did.
a little bit of a journey to get there. It's about 30 minutes
I
by
don't think
taxi,
I'm worth
but we're
this
on our
much,
way.
and I don't
And
think
he
other
really
people
looks
are
like
worth
he's the king of
that
fried
much.
rice. It's going to be a lot of action. It's going to be so cool to see. I'm very excited, and we're on our way there next.
It's all about how you value yourself to yourself, not how you value yourself in terms of
We are
other
in
people.
New Taipei, actually. That was about a 30-minute taxi ride away. This is the spot. This is a busy road, lots of businesses, and I can see the street food stall on the corner where he's making the fried rice and all the different dishes that we're gonna see. Oh, and they're preparing for a big night of fried rice. Look, they're unloading the eggs. That's skills right there. Double-handing eggs into the basket, ready to be fried.
They say this guy makes
I
45
think he's making a batch of fried
servings.
rice. Oh, that's so many
45
eggs going in. He's
servings
just
of fried
cracking 'em,
rice at once.
Cracking them in. Dozens of eggs are going in.
More rice. And then the sauce. And then they mix it together. And then more sauce.
Oh man, it's
And
the
then
biggest
more
amount
rice.
of fried rice I've ever seen being fried at one time in my life. He said it's 45 portions of fried rice he's making. There must be 45 eggs in there. The rice just keeps on coming. More rice going in. Oh, and Uncle just tosses in sauces and ingredients. This is even better than I expected. Oh, it's so cool. That hot plate. Oh, more sauce is coming in. Oh, wow. Oh, this is truly it's an amusement park of fried rice here. Oh, he's the king of fried rice. And in my history of food searching, this is probably the coolest batch of fried rice I've ever seen. 45 batches all in one. And like instantly they're all ordered. Like they're just dishing it out. People had takeaway lines. They're just dishing out 45 orders immediately. It's going so fast that they're already working through that mountain. When they're not making batches of 45 portions, plates of fried rice, Uncle is just continuously making oyster and shrimp omelets on the corner here in New Taipei. Uncle, he's such a legend. He's frying up some of the oyster omelets just with such skill and with such expertise. You could see his experience. What a legend. What a hero.
Would you eat an oyster omelet?
On the side of the road, I got a trio combination of dishes. The king of fried rice. We got a plate, one of 45 portions on that batch. And then they also have oyster omelets and shrimp omelets. I got the shrimp omelet since we've already had an oyster omelet. And then also the clam soup with ginger, which is just like a clear broth. This is such a cool place. Fulfilled all of my fried rice dreams. I cannot wait to try the fried rice. Oh, it's gooey and sticky. You can feel like that. Just the texture is gonna be so good. Oh, wow. Oh, that's delicious.
Good.
It's just so warm and comforting, and the texture of it.
What?
And respect to the chef.
I don't know.
With 45
I don't use
portions,
cinnamon
he is
sticks.
able to evenly mix it with those trowels and those tools.
I
And
use
he has to actually
cinnamon, I don't use
muscle it
cinnamon stick.
and mix it perfectly. Every single grain is just coated perfectly. That's a fried rice masterpiece. Oh, we gotta try the shrimp. I'm gonna go for a little bit of that chili sauce on this bite.
I haven't looked for cinnamon sticks, so I don't know.
So hot and fresh. But that chili sauce is quite salty. A little bit of that fermented bean flavor to it. So good. Okay, let's move on to try the other dishes, but we'll definitely circle back around for that fried rice. It's so good. I got this really clear clam soup. Oh, clams in here, there's some ginger, very fine julienned ginger on the bottom as well. That is extremely clean and pure. There's the flavor of the clams, the ginger, and that's like almost all the flavors you can taste with a little bit of salt, but not over salted. Hot and fresh. That's just so good, so pure. Oh, with that white pepper, that bumps it up. The clams are delicious. Again, extremely clean and fresh. And then finally the shrimp omelet, which is actually quite similar to the oyster omelet in preparation and style and ingredients, just with shrimp instead of oysters. There's the dough in there. There's the starch plus egg plus shrimp plus that kind of miso tomato sauce.
Okay, yeah. Superboy, stop it.
Gooey, sweet, crispy, egg, shrimp. It's
That
all
was
in there.
good.
What a
Superboy.
just satisfying combination. Moving back into that, the star of the show, the fried rice.
That looks good.
And there's no
My
better
boy,
place to be
my
eating a plate of
my
fried
dog's
rice than
going
on the
crazy.
streets here in New Taipei. It's with the smell of the wok and the
Superboy,
hot
come
iron
here.
griddle coming. They're so friendly as well. Yeah, with the rest of this fried rice, this half a plate. Actually, a lot of people, it seems very popular to ladle on that same omelet sauce onto the fried rice. So we might try some with that sauce on it. Okay, so here it is with that ladle of sauce. And again, that sauce is a combination
Would you guys eat
usually
that?
tomato and miso. That's a unique Taiwanese sauce. That gives it kind of a sweet taste to it. It is good with the sauce. I think I like it better plain though, because you taste more of that smoky wok, the iron griddle taste to it. But that is good too. And you taste the nuttiness of the miso and kind of that sweetness of the tomato, all three dishes together. They just make a great complementary trio. This is street food at its finest. What an absolute legend, what a hero of Taiwanese street food. Doing it with such expertise, with such friendliness, and we finished eating and he would not charge us. He's just Oh, he's so nice. They're so kind. This is a place you have to come when you're in Taiwan. What a way to end this day, this evening. That was the highlight. So good, and today has just been such good food
Fried
again.
rice place and
Taiwanese
make
street food culture is just so
45
good.
servings of fried rice at
And
once.
I'll have all these places that we went to in the description box below. I want to say a big thank you to you for watching this video. Please remember to give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Leave a comment below. I'd love to hear from you. And if you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe now for lots more food and travel videos. And also make sure you stay tuned and keep watching this entire Taiwan street food series where we are eating, especially around Taipei. There's going to be a lot of videos, so make sure you stay tuned for all of the delicious Taiwanese food. And thanks again for watching. Good night from New Taipei, and I will see you on the next video.
New Taipei. I didn't know there was an old Taipei, but okay.
So, like, all of the claims were frivolous, and basically all of the allegations were false. There was a previous sanction order by someone by the name of Charles Dolan, who got about $66,000 sanctions a few months back, which we said, just you wait. That $66,000 sanction motion is just the tip of the iceberg.
Anyway, yeah, so
Then about 18 others who
I guess we can go to the next one.
filed this sanctions motion seeking a little more than $1 million.
Taiwanese street food.
Hey everyone, hope you're having an amazing day. It's Mark Weens. I'm in the food-obsessed island of Taiwan. If you love
Watching
to eat,
some
this
more
is a
videos
paradise.
of him
And
in
so today, I'm
Taiwan.
gonna take you on an ultimate Taiwanese food tour where we are going to eat 5 of the absolute best of the dishes you don't want to. You actually can't miss eating when you come to Taipei. So it's gonna be an ultimate day of Taiwanese, some of the most delicious, some of the greatest, some of the most iconic and tasty Taiwanese foods that you can possibly eat. You're not gonna wanna miss any of this video, and it's all coming up for you right now. We are just actually a couple blocks down from Taipei Main Station, which is one of the busiest areas of all of Taipei. And you get into this back alley. And the name of this place is Liu Sandong Beef Noodles. I can already smell the aroma of the first dish that we're gonna eat. It's probably one of the most famous of all Taiwanese foods. And this is gonna be #1 on the list to eat it. I'm talking about #1, Taiwanese beef noodles. This is an amazing place down an alley. It's packed right now at the lunch rush. This place is well known. It's a heritage restaurant. It's a legendary place to eat beef noodles. This is what everyone is here for. The beef bowl.
牛油碎肉、牛筋、香料下去熬。
Uncle is just explaining to us about their special beef noodles.
台湾全省啊，就剩这一家在卖这个干的啦。
And they're the only restaurant that serves this homemade noodle that's the thickness of a chopstick. And then he was also explaining about the broth, where it's all about the bones that boil in that broth for 24 hours to release all the flavor. So it's a bone broth. And he said that floating on top, that yellow oil, the more yellow oil, the better, because that's pure beef flavor.
它是牛小，牛小的香味就不够。
Uncle is truly the king of beef noodles, and he's so knowledgeable. He's just explained to us some of the secrets of beef noodle. And he says he only uses Taiwanese beef because of the texture, because of the flavor. He knows his cuts. He said he found us the perfect piece of beef, which looks like a brisket type of cut. He said it has the perfect ratio of fattiness to meat. And then when they assemble them, they boil their noodles. They add in some broth. Then the slices of cut beef go on. They add in a little bit of a stock, like braising sauce, it looks like. More of that bone marrow beef broth goes in. It's really one of the national dishes of Taiwan, something that people just absolutely love, and this is an education on it. And what an absolute hero
good.
of beef
Anyway,
noodles.
let's
Wow, that
pause
looks
this
volcanic. This metal
and get to some battles, some string rated battles.
Uncle is about to change out the broth. Oh, so that's just straight bones. That's what's been boiling for 24 hours to create that rich broth.
我们有这样子割哦，
啊。
它的稀释出来的速度会比较快。
There's strategic slices in the bone so that all of the flavor is unleashed. Oh, that's impressive. The bone just breaks like cardboard. It's been boiling for so long. That amount of flavor, that's what makes the broth. The new bones going into the broth, and then a bone marrow shower.
哎，筷子拿得起来有没有？哎，这块肉就好了。
What a technique. Pokes the beef chunks with a chopstick, and if it sticks all the way in, then he knows it's perfectly tender. But just by touch, by feel, that is experience. Wow, that was incredible. 谢谢. The time has finally come, and what an education on Taiwanese beef noodles before eating it. But two different versions. One is the braised beef, and then one is just that expertise of beef that's just boiled within the bone broth. Both of them are extremely popular. And one thing, they serve it with chopped up green onions, but then Uncle said he wanted me to try that broth first with no green onions, just to taste the purity of the broth, that beef flavor. The first bite to begin this tour. Oh, wow, that is so beefy, so pure, oh, so boiling hot. You can taste all of the flavor that's just been unleashed from the bones. The marrow has seeped out to make it rich and oily. Let's move into that other broth real fast before we jump into all the goodies and the noodles. That's so good too. Oh man, one of the things I love about food and I love about this place and Uncle is just how particular he is about everything. He has a way, he has a method, and I so respect him. He's really a hero of beef noodles. Oh, those noodles are superb. They're chewy and doughy and thick. Those are interesting. Those are really tasty, and I think it's perfect with the beef noodles because they're thick enough to kind of absorb some of that broth while remaining chewy at the same time. One of the condiments that's on the table that a lot of people use is this pickled, preserved greens. People add spoons of this to their noodles. And then they do have a bunch of condiments as well, including garlic, and this you peel yourself.
Did you use the ground
so it
cinnamon
stays nice
instead?
and clean in its wrapper. That pickled greens is really good too, that preserved flavor. A little bit of saltiness, a little bit of that complexity from the fermentation. Okay, back over to the other bowl here. This is the different type of beef, more of that brisket that's been braised, that's been cooked down without the spices. I'll add some of the greens again to this one. That's just like the pure taste of beef. Whereas the braised one, you taste all those, I mean, the star anise, the cinnamon in there. Wow. You take a bite of noodles, nibble on the garlic, mix it all together in your mouth. Oh, get the full potency of that garlic to cleanse your mouth up, boost the aromatics. Oh, I love raw garlic. Oh, it's so good. So what it says on the directions is you're actually not supposed to add this to your noodles, but you're supposed to take literally one
Yeah, that's
bean
good though.
you eat and chew 3 times. 1, 2, 3.
I guess
and
we're
then you
not
get the
going
beef.
anywhere.
Chew another 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and then follow with broth. All of that is mixing in your mouth at once. You've got that burst of umami from the fermented bean. A little bit of chili in there, mostly for flavoring. Mixes with that beef, mixes with that broth all together in your mouth as a harmony. You cannot make a bad choice between the two. I mean, maybe you should just try them both.
Does that look good to you guys?
And the fresh one, but I'm kind of really loving that fresh one because it focuses more on the purity of the beef. And then we also got some of the side dishes. This is some of the tofu. Oh, that's juicy. You have a variety of tofu, some of the kelp, different side dishes you can eat along with your beef noodles kind of in between bites, maybe cleanse the palate. And another very condiment side is their pickled cabbage. Oh, that's really good. Not salty, just a bit sour and very crisp. That is very refreshing.
It looks okay to me. I don't know about you guys though.
One of the greatest beef noodle experiences you can have. I mean, it's like a tiny little shop, but you really feel the energy and the action and the friendliness here. He is the king of beef noodles. We've had an amazing, delicious bowl of Taiwanese beef noodles, which is one of the most popular, well-known Taiwanese dishes across the world. But right here in Taiwan, for Taiwanese people, there's another dish that might even be more popular. I'd say it's the #1 comfort food of Taiwan, and we're gonna eat it next. And I am talking about a dish called lu rou fan, which is braised pork belly in an incredible sauce over rice with a bunch of different side dishes. We are at one of the best places in all of Taipei. This place is called Jin Da Lu Rou Fan. I am so excited. This is gonna be so good. This is some serious Taiwanese food action. All of the bubbling pots, the braised pork belly. That's the star of the show, why everyone is here. The aroma smells so good. You smell the starriness, you smell the cinnamon, the clove, the bay leaves in there, all those different herbs and spices that go into the cooking. It's just hot, soupy, thick. This dish, lu rou fan, it also has a unique story of how it was developed and why it's so common in Taiwanese food. But let's order first. Let's see how they make it, and we'll talk more about that as we're eating. Lu rou fan. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, everything is already cooked. Everything's ready to go, ready to be eaten. Everything's been braising in its own juices for hours, maybe even overnight. So it goes really fast. They just scoop it over your rice. We got a table right here in the front amidst all of the action. And again, the main thing that you have to come here for is the lu rou fan. But then we also got some beautiful side dishes. You got to have some of the piping hot soups, one with bitter melon, one with mushroom. And then we also got a fish. We got a milk fish head. And then some of the common side vegetables like cabbage, bamboo
Fan
shoots.
is
But
rice.
let's just start with that star of the
I
show.
don't know what lu
Oh, you didn't
rou
even look
is.
at that egg. It's sweating. Look at the meaty chunks
Lu rou
just covering that rice. You could just tell how tender, how gooey and melt in your mouth they will be. I've never been so excited to eat lu rou fan in my whole life. That completely dissolves in your mouth. It's so soft. It's actually like melted butter. Oh man. And the flavor, the braising spices, the star anise, the cinnamon in there. It's not overpowering, but it's just so
I'll be right back,
But
you
I think
guys.
it's
You
that
guys can
texture.
keep watching.
And like I was mentioning before, one of the great things about lu rou fan is Taiwan and Taiwanese have always been so innovative and so creative and making use of every single part of an animal that they cook and eat. And lu rou fan is such a great example of a dish that takes just a little bit of meat and they braise it down with spices until literally it melts into this sauce, which can then be scooped over rice and flavor an entire bowl of rice with just one scoop. Oh, it's so stunningly tasty. And just the dripping of the lard and the pig juices just go all the way down to the bottom of your bowl. My favorite part are not even the little lumps of pork, but the dripping, the sauce, the melted pig fat and oil at the bottom of your rice that just coats every single grain of your rice. That is so tasty. One of the classic sides is bamboo shoots, and this looks like there's a little bit of the pickled or preserved greens in there as well. I love the texture of bamboo shoots. This one has a little bit of the greens in there, which give it a salty and acidic flavor to it. Additionally, they have some soups here. This one is pork ribs. Oh, there's even some clams in here. And then bitter melon. Let me try that broth especially.
Bitter melon is fine inside a broth.
Oh, wow. I love the bitter melon. Some of the flavor has absorbed, has just been released into that broth. It's clean, it's clear, and then you've got that bitter finish. Another side here that's famous is the milkfish head. Milkfish is a fish that you can find pretty much in this region of the world, in the Philippines, in Taiwan. Milkfish, it's a delicious fish. I'm not totally sure how it's been cooked, but there's kind of an oily, looks like it's braised also. You do have to be careful of the bones with the milkfish. Yeah, you always got to be careful of the feathery bones of a milkfish, but I love milkfish. It has this really lean texture to it and kind of milky when you eat it. And then that sauce is just kind of very light, actually. You can really just taste the flavor of the milkfish. It's really good. Okay, let's break into this egg. You can see it actually in that pot. It's braised within that same pork. You can feel how kind of like leathery that egg has become. It's totally changed textures. Wow. I think I might just have to bite the whole egg. Oh yeah, so much flavor.
Yeah, do
And
you
the
like
yolk on the
fish
inside
head?
remains so crumbly and rich.
Yuto.
And with
That's
every
what
bite,
we
you just
call
gotta
it
keep on
in,
going in for that rice. It's so addictive. It really is like
Yuto.
taking the simple, humble bowl of rice
That's what we
and
call
just
it
like
in
giving it a flavor overdose of
Cantonese,
melted pink
Yuto.
sauce. The next soup we have, ribs plus shiitake mushrooms. Wow, that shiitake mushroom just overwhelms your mouth. That's so good, especially if you love mushrooms. And we got the cabbage, the braised cabbage. Just a simple flavor, but again, yeah, just so juicy, oily, melts in your mouth. And then we got another fish here, a little tilapia, which again looks like it's steamed, simple preparation, not a lot of seasoning or spice, but that's really the attraction of it. Very simple, just like straight steamed, with just a little bit of a oily sauce. The last thing that we have is the braised tofu, and another classic of Taiwanese cuisine. Look at that texture, it's jiggly. Wow, that's almost like hardened soy milk. It's just so milky and spongy and soft. This whole combo,
Okay.
one of the great lunches of Taiwan. And I
I
mean,
love
just
certain
the amount of
seafood
people here
as long
every
as it
single
doesn't have
day
a bunch
throughout
of
the
bones.
afternoon is just the reason why it's one of the greatest places and one of the top dishes of Taiwanese food. So we've eaten 2 foods, we've got 3 more to go. Next dish is one of my favorite and also I think one of the most popular and beloved salty savory snacks that you can eat. And number 3, the Taiwanese scallion pancake. In Mandarin, it's song sua bing, and this is one of the greatest stalls to eat it from. We are here, we're gonna see the process. It smells so good, and they've just taken the scallion pancake to the next level. So the process of the scallion pancake begins with a dough loaded, studded with scallions. They make all the dough by hand at home before they come here. They wrap it into individual sized portions. When they get here to the stall, then they have a press. They press it out into a little round flatbread shape, like a roti almost shape. Then that goes onto the hot griddle and they just slow cook it until it turns gooey on the inside, but it gets really crispy and brown golden on the outside. It's just flying on that hot griddle, the clinking and the clanking. One of the things that makes it so good is, I mean, the whole process, but when he really like slaps it together with those trowels, the double trowel system to flake it up, to get the textures going. And
It looks
from there,
good,
you
doesn't
have
it?
a couple of choices. You could just get the standard version, or you could get it with an egg, or you could get the fully loaded deluxe version. We're gonna get one of each. But let's try that signature, the normal one first. Oh, that texture. Oh, it's so hot and fresh. Actually, we should just pull it all out. The texture is just almost like a roti. Oh, and they put a little bit of chili sauce in here and a little bit of that soy sauce paste mixture, all wrapped within a perfect handheld, slightly oily, crispy, doughy pancake. Oh, that's hot.
Do you like onion pancake? Do you eat it?
That is so tasty. Oh man. That is the perfect dough of gooiness, flakiness, and crispiness all at the same time. With the richness of the egg on the center, the saltiness of the soy sauce paste, and a little bit of chili in there. Oh, it's so good. This is something you have to try in Taiwan. It's pretty thick too. It's hearty. I mean, this is a snack. I mean, especially if you get the fully loaded one, that's a light meal right there. Next, the fully loaded one. It might be a dangerous move to take it fully out of the paper bag because it's so fully loaded we don't want to lose anything. But I think they actually engineered it quite well in that everything is kind of stuck together. Oh, there's corn in it too. Everything's kind of stuck together. Wait for this opening, the reveal. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's just steaming and piping hot. It's a literal omelet. There's ham, there's bacon, there's cheese singles. Cheese is just melted in, plus honey mustard, plus the soy sauce paste, all wrapped within that same scallion pancake. I'm not quite sure whether to eat it. I think the best way is to go in taco style. That is a masterpiece of a scallion pancake, warming me all the way to my
They
stomach.
look good on it.
Happiness and
I don't know about
flavor.
the
This particular stall
the
is
mustard
called
stuff.
Shomji for their
I'm not a
scallion
big
pancakes.
fan
It's
of
featured in the
mustard, but
Michelin Guide,
otherwise,
one of the
I don't
top
care.
quality, and it really lives up to its name. It really is outstanding, and they're so nice. We're gonna continue with this top 5 Taiwanese foods tour. We have 2 more to go. Oh, and it's arrived, and I love the name of this shop. It's called Dai's House of Unique Stink, and we are here to eat none other than the legendary Taiwanese stinky tofu. It's a huge part of Taiwanese culture, so you'll find it all over. I mean, it's one of the national pastimes of food when it comes to Taiwan. But this place right here, they really specialize in high quality stinky
There goes
tofu,
Benny.
and they have a lot of unique
Stinky
dishes,
tofu.
and just you'll see all these posters around the walls dedicated to stinky tofu, the health benefits, the greatness. You cannot leave Taiwan without trying it. Wow. So the first one we got is raw stinky tofu. Oh, that's gonna be the full flavor option. I think there's a number of different ways that you can ferment tofu. This one is vegetarian based, so it's a brine of fermenting vegetables that makes the fermented tofu. Oh, you can see it's turned into a cheesy kind of stickiness almost. Oh, wow. Yeah, that definitely has an aroma to it.
It might not taste as bad as it smells.
That's straight up blue cheese, creamy. Whoa, with this aftertaste. Oh, that is a pro level stinky tofu right there. Oh man, that is so complex. Wow. So next version, these are like full fried little bricks of stinky tofu. Maybe a little dip. As opposed to other versions of stinky tofu that I've had so far, this is like the most dense, so creamy, so thick and hearty.
Stinky tofu.
Okay, that's much less intense, and it is more spongy. That one just kind of melts in your mouth, crispy on the outside. The raw one is definitely a pro level stinky tofu eater. This one is much milder, really good. Fried one is spectacular, and it does kind of have that kind of cottage cheesy texture to it. By far, this is the most creamy version of stinky tofu that I've had as well. And then finally, we have one more dish to try. But first, try it with a little piece of the pickled cabbage. Oh, it's kind of sweet. That kind of cleanses the palate. Wow. This is a stinky tofu paste that's been fermented for 2 years. And typically, it's almost like a sauce. You can eat it with rice. You can eat it as a side dish. But for 2 years fermented. Wow. That's unlike anything I've put in my mouth. You can definitely taste some decay in that flavor. You can feel like fumes coming out of your mouth and going up your nose with that a little bit. And then on top of that, it has this bitterness that's so incredibly complex. That is unique. Oh man. Wow. That is absolutely a flavor I'll never forget. 3 different versions of stinky tofu. All of them are totally different in flavor and just like complexity. That definitely gives stinky tofu
I don't
a
think
try.
I've ever
It's
had it
with living
before.
bacteria. It's a huge part of Taiwanese culture. So that completes Taiwanese food. Stinky tofu is number 4. We have one more place to go to for dinner tonight. We're on our way there next. This brings us to our final destination on this ultimate Taiwanese street food tour. It's been an incredible journey. This place is extremely popular again. There's a line going out the door waiting to order. And we came here to eat another Taiwanese food that you can't leave Taiwan without eating. Let me see if I can pronounce the name of this restaurant. Longmen. Keze. Jiaoseguan. This is a hugely popular place, and actually this is a bonus because we were doing top 5 dishes. We're doing 2 main dishes and 2 things that are extremely popular, and I think everybody that comes here gets both of them, both the dumplings and a mess of different braised things all the way from pork to beef. to organs, to eggs, to potatoes and kelp and bean curd is all in this pile. And the Taiwanese name for it is lu wei. One of the main attractions is all the Taiwanese braised pork parts and eggs and tofu skin. Auntie has literal motor hands. She just non-stop chops. Oh, that is some insane chopping skills. She just slices through it, puts it onto a plate, adds on some, squeezes on some sauces and some oils. Oh man, that looks so good, and she's so incredibly fast. Smells like some oils and some sauces. We'll start with this as the dumplings are still on their way. Everything on this plate Auntie had recommended too. They're all like the specialties. Green onions on top. There's tripe in here. We'll just kind of dig in for whatever you get and you're pretty happy. There's beef and pork in here as well. This is one of the coolest looking plates ever. Just so much going on. It's just messy and yet organized all at the same time. Oh, that is just so good. Oh, the dumplings. Oh, 谢谢. Oh, the hot, fresh dumplings. Oh, that is so good, though. Oh, that's some of the best Taiwanese braised flavors I've had. You taste the sesame oil, I think, on top, and the soy sauce, the star anise, the hint of like cinnamon in the back of your throat, but it's not overpowering. That's so good. Oh, they're getting ready to put in a fresh batch of dumplings. She drops in a whole tray of fresh dumplings. They go into the boiling water. They're gonna boil for about 5 minutes. They'll come out piping hot and directly to orders, to your table, to your mouth. For the dumplings, let's prepare some chili oil. Oh yes, maybe a bit of vinegar in there. A little bit of soy sauce. Hot, fresh Taiwanese dumplings. Dip in that chili oil. Oh wow, there are a few things in life that are as satisfying as a dumpling. That just explodes with meat juices in your mouth. And at first you think that the wrapper is kind of thick, but it's so smooth and so delicate and so silky. And it just goes down so easily. Oh, the dumpling is delicious. And then we got the pickled cucumbers with chili too. Excellent. Smashed cucumber. Really crisp, really refreshing, the chili oil. So good. What a combination. I gotta have one more dumpling while they're really hot and fresh before moving back into the magical pork parts. One more thing, we should take a half bite, just kind of see what's on the inside. But they're so soupy and so juicy. Minced pork on the inside, a little bit of green onions or scallions in there, and then that's just a good ratio of meat to fat, keeping them so juicy. One of their signature braised items is that tofu bean curd as well. That's something I really like as well. Oh, there's bamboo shoots down here too. This is the bean curd skin. Oh, I love the texture. The layers of it is really soft.
Large pot of
Everything
food
is
in the
infused
plate.
with all those braising spices and sauce and soy sauce. Way over here, Auntie
That looks
recommended
good.
bamboo shoots as well, so we should dice them up. And what's amazing is, I think all of it is served cold. It's almost like a salad, the way they serve this braised plate. You've got the steamy hot, piping hot dumplings, and then you've got all the braised dishes. Truly magical. We still have more. I think over here, not only is there pork, there's beef on the plate. This looks like it's perfect for dipping in the chili oil.
Do you like chili oil?
So tender. And the texture of it. It's like a muscle has broken down and the fat has just completely
Making your own
rendered into
chili
the meat
oil is
itself,
actually pretty
rendering it
easy.
kind of oozy with a really nice texture. I think we've tried most of the selection. They're all really good. They all have that same
I tried to
braised
make my
flavor,
own chili
and
oil one
everything
time.
is just tender. What a satisfying way to wrap up this ultimate Taiwanese street food tour. I want to say a huge thank you also to my friend Tina from Taipei Eats for helping me arrange this whole tour and put this together. I want to say a big thank you to you also for watching this video. Please remember to give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Leave a comment below. I'd love to hear from you. And if you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe now for lots more food and travel videos. And stay tuned and keep watching this entire series from Taiwan where we're eating. There's going to be more food videos that you're not going to want to miss. So thanks again for watching, and I will see you on the next video. Good night from Taipei. I'll see you on the next video.
Yeah, so
Full steam ahead. This got a side issue about whether he has immunity because he made one of the defamatory comments while he was still president. It's not delaying.
Hey everyone, hope you're having an amazing day. It's Mark Wiens, I'm in Bacolod, and this is one of the great food cities of the Philippines. They are especially known for something called inasal. The chicken aroma is out of control, which is an amazing version of grilled chicken where they based on this chicken oil and sauce and spices and calamansi. Look at how juicy and oily and moist it is. And then you eat it with oiled rice. So today we are gonna go on an inasal and a Filipino barbecue tour of Bacolod.
Me too.
How's the barbecue?
It's great. Very good.
There's gonna be some amazing food and some barbecue masters of barbecue coming up, and you're not gonna wanna miss any of it. So stay tuned, it's all coming up right now in this video.
just watching a bunch of food videos today, I guess.
And so again, welcome to Bacolod. I mean, one of the things that I've always loved about Filipino food on the many trips that I've been to the Philippines is the inasal and the grilled chicken. And I mean, everything barbecued, everything from the grill. And so to actually be in the location where chicken inasal, where it originates right here in Bacolod this is a big moment. This is gonna be a big day. I'm very excited. All right, Martin, so good to hang out with you today from the Bacolod Food Hunters.
Welcome to Manokan Country, where all the chicken restaurants are.
This whole place is called Manokan Country.
Yeah,
Manokan means chicken. Means chicken, right? So chicken country. This is probably one of the most iconic places that you have to eat when you come to Bacolod. It's very iconic, right?
Very
and they probably
iconic.
there might be 20 restaurants serving chicken inasal here. I'm hungry, I'm ready to go. So this is where we're gonna begin this food tour, and we're gonna start at a place called Ida's.
Hello, good morning. Hey, good morning, good morning, hello.
So these are masks from the winners of the past mascara contests. So what you're seeing right now, these masks are all from the champions of the mascara festival.
Look at that.
The ingredients is vinegar, native vinegar, soy sauce, calamansi, ginger, garlic.
Ah, okay. So that's the marinade on the chicken from the night before. Okay, so we've come straight to the kitchen. This is where they're grilling the chicken inasal. This is where they're marinating everything. The chicken has already been marinated in a blend of, I believe, calamansi as well as some herbs and some spices. But they do also cut it in a very unique way so that it lays flat on the grill so it gets the maximum amount of smokiness. So they're just preparing that. They're already skewered on bamboo skewers, and then the coals in the back are raging hot. My back is on fire, and they're about to get started grilling.
Okay. Matt.
What is this sauce? So the chicken is marinated, and then this is the sauce that goes on
For
the
the
grilling.
evening. No, for the
Okay.
evening.
What is the spices in the sauce?
Calamansi.
Calamansi? Anato?
That's what anato? Chicken oil.
Oh,
That's
and chicken
right,
oil.
chicken oil.
Oh, nice. But then they put that onto the grill, and then they immediately just start brushing it with
Okay.
this amazing looking sauce that has
I'm tossing my
calamansi,
dog
that has
treats right
chicken
now.
oil, and I believe
Matt.
that it is the redness, the orange color is coming from the achiote or the anato, which I've typically seen in Mexico or in the Caribbean. But then, I mean, it makes sense to be here in the Philippines as well, and that's that signature kind of orange color. That is amazing. I mean, to see ingredients and how they spread is fascinating.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That is
Oh, the
chicken
intestines?
intestine.
Okay, intestines. Some of the Hearts?
The hearts.
Chicken hearts?
No, Matt. Matt. Superboy, Matt. 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 There's nothing there. You have to learn better. That looks good though. Okay.
Oh, the drizzle.
Matt. Matt.
Oh yeah, I'm starting to sweat now, man. Props to the grill masters. It is smoky, just a
That looks
raging hot
good.
fire, and you got to get in close there. But they're starting to fully fill up the grills now. All the different chicken parts. I mean, the entire chicken is on the grill now, just separated into various parts. The aromas and that brushing technique with those sauces and oils and vinegar is just incredible. I love how he just kind of like drizzles it on and then brushes it with that bamboo brush.
Sir,
Look at that.
This is a pecho.
Oh, okay. That's the chicken breast?
Chicken breast.
Okay.
Look at that.
Oh man, that is some next level sauce drizzling skills. I think I could watch that all day long. Wow, wow. Hey, what's up, man? I am dripping in sweat, and I can't think of a time ever in my life when I've been so excited to eat
That
grilled
looks
chicken.
good, don't it?
Oh man, that's just on another level. And definitely one of the secrets is that they just they're so generous with the way that they just keep drizzling on that sauce throughout the entire journey of that grilled
Would
chicken.
you guys
It
eat
just
that?
keeps getting basted, rehydrated, rejuiced, re-oiled with that basting sauce. That chicken oil just keeps the seals in all of those juices. It keeps it hydrated. Oh, I can't wait to try it.
What city?
Diana has joined us for lunch today also, and you also love food.
Of course.
Also from the
Absolutely.
Bacalad Food Hunters. Oh, more rice. Oh, I didn't know two. So you order one rice and it comes with two.
Can never
two
have too
cups.
many.
Great.
Can never have too
So
many.
why is the rice orange or yellow? Yeah.
Colored with chicken oil and not
Oh, so we have the calamansi, we have chilies here, we have rice, we have the various chicken in a salt, and we have a box of disposable plastic gloves.
Yes, because the
Very
authentic
important.
way, yes, the authentic way of eating in a sal is to use your hand.
Yes, excellent, excellent. All right, let's do it.
So
you
glove
first,
for me,
First glove it.
all for the guests.
Go into the glove. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
You have to make the
Can we double?
You can.
Double-handed or just one hand? I think this is the first time I've ever gloved up to eat grilled chicken.
Soy sauce first.
Okay.
Instructions from the waitress who works here.
Instructions.
So very legit source.
There's definitely a strategy to this. Soy sauce goes in first.
Oh, I hope the bottle doesn't.
Oh.
Oops. It's okay. It's okay.
Is that too much soy sauce or it's okay?
No, that's
Okay.
No, maybe more.
Okay. Then you got the vinegar. Is this coconut vinegar?
That's coconut vinegar.
Coconut vinegar.
With the.
Whoa.
No, that's.
Coconut vinegar goes in. The calamansi. We're squeezing in the calamansi. Okay. Oh, I love the calamansis in the Philippines.
How many
and then
do you
the
want?
chili.
Spicy do
Oh,
you want it?
I can eat as
All?
spicy as. Oh, sure.
Put it all.
Sure.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a
Smash it, bro.
spiceaholic. Okay, and then you
Smash it.
Smash the chilies.
It properly. Do it with the fork, like sideways.
So then we
How
go in with
spicy
rice.
can you guys eat it?
Oh, you can feel how solid that is. Garlic on top and held together with chicken oil and annatto. I love this little cone of a cup of rice. Okay, and then grab chicken. One of the things about inasal is just how juicy it remains, because this is,
All the
I think
oil.
this is a chicken, yeah, and they just continually baste it, and that's one of the highlights of inasal. Look at how juicy and oily and moist it is. And then one more component before we start digging in is another bottle of chicken oil. So this is the rice procedure. I'm going in with the chicken oil again. Not too much. This is what makes it really heavy. But this is also what makes it special.
Exactly.
The volcano of chicken. Okay, there we go. I'm going light because we have a lot to eat. And then a little bit of the salt. All right, good. Now,
So good.
mash it up.
Smash it up, yeah.
Smash
so
it?
what am I doing with a spoon? Yeah. Smash it with your hand.
Mash it. Oh, that feels so good. It's warm and moist and oily. So that's really why you want the gloves on, so that your hands aren't chicken oiled for the rest of the day. I think I'm gonna just bite that chicken first. I have to. I have to do it. It's
Calling you.
Diana. Should we?
Let's
Let's
go.
bite the chicken.
Let's bite the chicken.
First bite of inasal in Bacolod.
Thank you, Miracle Made, for the process of this episode. Legal Act. I want to give a special shout out to our other sponsor, Island Titles. Another
Okay, let's go to Screen Raiders.
Stop it. Could also be two pots of
Oh, wow.
I grew up here and that never gets old.
Oh. That is the juiciest, most flavorful chicken breast you could ever hope for.
Never gets old.
The rejuicing technique is just out of control, the way they do that. It's so much flavor. It's so much smoke. I've always loved Filipino grilled foods. Truly, Filipinos have mastered the art of grilling, keeping that fire low, but like just
slow
embedding
cooking.
everything,
Yes.
embedding everything with the smoke, but not
Yes.
overcooking it.
Look how it glistens.
Yeah. Look, if you open that up, yeah, you can actually squeeze. Check, this is chicken breast. You could squeeze it, and you can see how moist and juicy and moist that is. Okay,
It's
I'm
not
going into
dry.
that sauce.
That looks good.
Going into that sauce,
Oh,
get some of
that's
those.
that
Oh, feels slightly odd, but slightly good to be dipping your fingers into liquid while in gloves.
And that will replace the soda because the vinegar will cut
Yes.
through the
Yes.
through the fat.
Oh wow.
It's the spot.
That coconut vinegar and then the acidity from the calamansi, both of those. So you got the citrus plus the vinegariness all in one, plus the chilies. And then the rice. That's just like condensed chicken. It's almost like, I mean, you're almost getting to the point of a congee. It's that like
Yeah.
sticky. It has this like
The
just
sticky
amazing
rice.
texture, yeah. And just like so much condensed chicken flavor. That is incredible. You've got the crispy garlic in there. Wow.
And we love
What a
garlic.
combination. What a combination.
Yep. Filipinos love garlic.
Yeah. Man. Okay, I'm going in for the liver. So is it appropriate to like dip it and then put it onto your rice?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. And then go all in from here, mix it with the rice, the liver, a bit of chilies. Melts in your mouth.
Yeah. Melts in your mouth. Very buttery. And fresh.
And yet it's so like crispy on the outside and so creamy in the center. Oh man. Again, everything is just cooked perfectly juicy to the maximum. When we came here, actually, we were first here because we came here early. Now it's starting to get lunchtime, so more people are starting to come in. I bet those grills are just maximum capacity right now. We
Oh
might
my
have to
god,
go.
with the sauce, because I was eating when we were shooting earlier. I wasn't eating with the sauce, and now I just dip into sauce.
Oh, with the sauce, it's even better.
Perfection.
Yes, yes. And that duo of acidity.
So if no one else is eating, this is a mukbang with Mark.
Mukbang, yes. We're eating it all.
Yes.
But so as somebody from Bacolod,
Yes.
how
It's a
often would you eat inasal?
I love inasal and they lift weights, so I'd eat it every week, except
Okay.
my partner doesn't like inasal that much. For some reason, he's right there. It's so healthy, especially if you lift weights.
Mhm.
Very healthy. The protein.
And then this is the chicken, but oh, but there's more attached. There's a little extra.
best part.
It's a little extra attached.
Yes.
There's the tail and the butt.
A little
the
junk in
cheeks,
the
the
trunk.
tail and the cheeks.
Yeah.
All together in one.
Your hand is now.
Yes, that's why you wear gloves. Okay, I'm going for that
That's the
tail
best part.
actually. Yeah.
Very fatty.
For the butt.
Yeah.
Bite the butt.
Yeah. The junk in the trunk.
There it is.
Oh, that looks good. Even live, that looks good.
You gotta have
And
one,
I'm
yes.
having an assault in
You
front
gotta
of me,
have
and
one.
that looks
Oh, man.
good.
The butt just
Yes.
it squirts with oily juices.
It does. It does.
Oh, it's so good, and that texture too.
Mhm.
I love that kind of like slightly bony buddy texture.
It's fat but bony. Yeah, it's a complicated butt.
There's a lot of textures going on. Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Wow.
Man, it's juicy. Oh, you can never have enough calamansi. And then another. Stick this chili into this bite.
Look at the stars.
Okay, and I've got the gizzard.
Mm. Oh, you guys are going to the other. That's near my house. Awesome.
Gizzard is wonderful too. Has that bouncy texture to it. Okay, I'm moving back
That looks good. I don't eat Filipino food a lot, but that looks good.
Oh, bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, man. Now that we're leaving, it's just packed and smoky. Okay, thank you. Nami.
Diana, where are we at next?
We are now in Chiro's. This is literally a garage, but they serve the best pork barbecue I've ever had.
Awesome. Oh, look at that smoke.
And it blew up. Yeah.
Oh man, I just love the barbecue culture in the Philippines, and Bacolod is, I mean, they are the masters of the barbecue. And just open up here, it literally is a garage filled with smoke, filled with people, happiness, the grilled meat aromas out of control.
Hi.
I'll be right back, you guys. You guys keep watching.
How's the barbecue?
It's great. Very
Yeah,
good.
Do you guys come here often?
My parents and I watch you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
So we're stepping right back to the kitchen. Something I love about the kitchen is they kept the tree in the kitchen going up. That is awesome. It's just the smoky grill is back here. There's chicken, there's skewers, there's hot dogs and sausages. There's so many things going on in there. The grill is fully loaded. This is pork barbecue? Pork barbecue. This is just another unbelievable barbecue production back here, man. Full capacity grills, all the different meat and skewers. Love the tree, love the setting, the atmosphere, the friendliness. Oh man, this is just barbecuing on another level. To order here, you come to the front, they have the whole menu up here, all the different things that you can order. You order here, You pay here, and then you go over to the other counter, which is literally a window to the barbecue where you pick up your order. So we're gonna. What should we get here, Martin?
We should get just get the regular barbecue.
The regular pork barbecue. Yes, that's what we have to try.
Yes.
Miss Chiros.
Yes, Kairos.
Oh, so you're the one who started. Wow, thank you for having us here today. It's very nice to meet you.
Here we go, Mark.
Here we go. Thank you.
You gotta hide that.
So we get out of the way.
So it is an honor to be joined by the owner, Chiros. She's going to teach us how to eat the pork barbecue, her legendary pork barbecue, which she started over 10 years ago. Okay, and we have little bags of rice. Okay, so chicken oil goes in. Oh, it kind of just seeps down that rice. Oh, it's going to be so much flavor. That seasoning, that rice technique. And then you kind of squeeze it, massage it in the bag. Oh, that's what a technique. Oh, so that's what gives it that yellow color, and also it holds it together. So, oh, look at the way it comes out, shaped like a cone. Oh, and then you add sauce onto it? You add the sauce onto it. Oh. Okay, pork first or rice first? Rice first, rice first. And then the barbecue.
Yummy.
Oh, yummy, yummy. Oh, wow. What a combination. Oh, the smokiness of that pork and that marinade and the sugar. So Bacolod is very known for sugar and sugar plantations, sugar cane. And so a lot of the food has this, a little bit of a sweetness to it. But that's so good. It's sweet, but it's that fresh sweetness and that's that smokiness caramelized from the sugar on the fire in that marinade. Soy sauce and a bit of, oh, okay. And this you can also dip the pork into. I'm gonna have to scoot this down scoot it down the skewer. There we go. I love it with that acidity to contrast the sweetness. The calamansi citrus. The rice technique is genius. The chicken fat. Namit, namit.
Thank you.
Namit. Sedap. Very tasty. What a place. Oh, that fat. That's juicy. So I'm going chorizo next.
I can't see that.
Hello.
Eat all of us.
And somebody stole my water.
Oh no. Oh no. Wow. That is. I think it's a string wrapper. That's what it was holding it together. Wow. Okay, it is kind of sweet, but it is pretty tasty. Yeah, that kind of crumbles and really fatty. You feel it crumbling in your mouth.
Cheers. How do you like it over the inside?
Very good.
Different?
To continue with this ultimate barbecue and inasal tour in Bacolod, we drove about 20 to 30 minutes to a place called Silay. It's a different city, and we're gonna go to a real neighborhood barbecue spot under a tree here. We've just arrived.
That's pork
Chicken
fat.
head.
Oh yeah, chicken head.
This is Tita.
Right.
This is Tita.
Hi.
She's showing us all the different parts.
Hi.
Oh, what are the different skewers that you? What are your specialties?
Explain, yeah.
Specialty.
What
This
are
one.
these? Now start from here. Start from here.
This is this one, ano ito? Tungol.
Tungol, that's the stomach of the
The
chicken.
stomach.
Oh, the stomach chicken.
This is the intestine.
The isaw?
Yep, isaw, yes.
Isaw. That's
This is
the
tocino, beef liver,
Oh,
chicken
okay.
liver. This is gizzard.
Chicken gizzard?
Yeah. So this one's very nice. You wanna taste this one?
Oh,
It's pig face.
pig face. Okay,
Okay.
sure.
This one.
What a setup here with all the different skewers. the inasal chicken, but then the isao, the intestines, all the different organs, both pig and chicken are well represented here and parted out on skewers. Just such a friendly neighborhood, just under the tree barbecue spot. And this is a place that Martin has brought us to, and just friendly, just a great environment. What a place.
Don't eat that one. Yeah, we haven't gotten those.
This one?
Get the mascara also. We haven't gotten that.
Okay, okay.
I'll find.
And then the isao.
Isao.
It's already
yeah.
there.
Oh, isao is there, okay.
Already here.
Okay, so you put it in the basket, you choose what you want, put it into the basket, and it goes straight onto the fresh grill. Okay, perfect.
This is very delicious.
This is your own.
Yeah.
This is your own
Yeah.
vinegar.
Combination of chili and onions.
Oh.
With a little bit of sugar, salt, and very delicious
And you can
vinegar.
eat this with a barbecue?
Yeah.
With the isao or with anything?
Yes, everything. You can do it like that and eat.
Okay, oh, I love this table setup too. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Sit here. It's like a bar counter seating. You get all your skewers and your chicken inasal and your isao. Isao is one of my favorite things in the Philippines. Oh, you cannot come to the Philippines without eating isao. So I'm gonna start with the vinegar. Vinegar, chili, onions. Oh, nice. Okay.
Sweet and sour, sir.
Sweet and sour?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, into the vinegar. Oh yeah, you wanna, sometimes they even give you a full cup to just submerge in that vinegar sauce with scooping up with the chilies and the onions. Oh yeah. Mmm. Oh wow. Yes, I love isao. Oh man, that chewy texture. Oh, thank you.
How does it taste?
Very good.
Okay, really?
Namit.
Nami.
Namit is the same word for sedap, right?
Yeah.
It means delicious, but in the local.
Nami means
Okay.
it's delicious.
Isao, so good. And with that, kind of like, yeah, it's like a sweet and sour vinegar with onions. And they're clean tasting too. Okay, next up we gotta try the blood cubes. Dip that chicken blood. It's really a nice texture. It just kind of crumbles. Not like overly any kind of strong flavor to it actually, but just kind of almost like a crumbly tofu, blood tofu.
This one is your chicken head.
Oh, okay. And that's the inasal.
Inasal.
Okay, thank you very much.
They call it mascara.
Mascara?
Mascara. How do you pronounce mascara? Mascara, no?
Mascara.
Mascara, they pronounce it?
Next skewer is the pig face. What do they call mascara?
Mascara.
Mascara.
Yeah,
It's like it's the pig face, so it's all that cartilage, you could be eating a cheek, you could be eating the nose, you could be eating any part of the pig face. Oh, the cartilage. Oh, it's crispy and gooey and like fatty all at the same time. And then finally, we gotta go back in for some more inasal, which is one of the things today is all about the inasal, trying all sorts of different inasal. And this is just another amazing, just family cooked version. Just again, the juiciness and the moistness and that basting, the oily, the flavor, the chicken, the condensed flavor. Yeah, it is really one of the great types of grilled chicken inasal. The moistness of the inasal. Oh man, such a good version of grilled chicken. Okay, this is the last skewer here, which is the helmets, the chicken heads. What you can kind of do is grab a chicken head, cap. Oh yeah, comes right off, and then the reveal, the chicken brain reveal should be right inside of. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah. a bite of cream. Oh. What a spot. I mean, I think along with the barbecue, what truly stands out here is the friendliness. Family run. They're so welcoming, so friendly. And then the people that we've met that come in here, the regulars, the loyal customers, like people are so friendly. It's a community environment. And to me, that's what even stands out as much as the barbecue itself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
We drove back to the center of Bacolod, and there's one more place that we have to go to have barbecue, to have inasal tonight. It's called Man Plaza. This place is buzzing. There's just smoke billowing, and I think there's a bunch of different stalls that you can choose from, all serving barbecue. This is a lively, awesome place to visit, and we're gonna finish our food tour here today. Oh, you can just feel your eyes slightly burning, the smoke in here, the aromas of barbecue. And so they have all the meats marinated and lined up. You kind of, looks like you just kind of choose what you want. Hey, hello. How are you, man? Oh, this is the spicy? You gotta be careful. No, it's okay. You gotta be careful. There's a naked fan up there. You don't want me to be careful on my I think I almost cut my hair. But this place is pretty cool. You just straight up choose from the skewers, which are all marinated. We got the inasal, which is there's a red inasal, which is spicy inasal. And then we also got a bangus fish, milk fish. They put it directly onto the coals and grill up. And then there's just seating all over the place. There must be like a dozen different stalls that you can choose from here. Chicken glove eating move is quite handy. They've got the vinegar. Vinegar. Add in a squirt of soy sauce. And then the calamansi. Gotta squeeze in that calamansi. And then finally those chilies, which you just kind of chop up in there or just hang in there. Okay, we're ready. All right, here we go for the spicy inasal. And that has quite a red color. Oh, you can see how juicy that is. That has quite a red color, that marinade. And again, dip into that sauce with the chili.
Does that look good, you guys? You guys had inasal.
Oh wow, again, it's so juicy, so oily and moist. And with that vinegar, that sweetness, that soy sauce, the chili, the rice. Oh yeah. And then additionally got to go for that bangus, the milkfish. Another one of the favorite fish. You do got to be careful of those bones. I think I'll put this onto my rice. I think I'll pour a little bit of that sauce on. And of course eat it with a chili on the side there. Mash that up into the rice. Oh, those chilies are amazing. Go up your nose a little bit. I love the bangus. It's such a clean, such a like dry kind of fish. Almost like has this really like kind of like fluffy texture to it. And then with that sauce, with that chili, oh man. That acidity of the calamansi. what a day of barbecue, Filipino barbecue in Bacolod, especially focused on inasal. And, you know, it really is one of those things that I've noticed. I've been to the Philippines quite a few times, and something that always stands out to me is the barbecue culture and that smoky grill. They're masters of the grill. And inasal, again, is something I have loved. I've tried in Manila, but to come to the source today, to eat it in Bacolod has been extremely special. It's been just an incredible experience. Highly recommended. So good. On that last meal, that wraps up this ultimate barbecue inasal tour in Bacolod. What a day it's been. The people have been so friendly. People are just absolutely incredible here. And that smoky barbecue, the real deal inasal, man, the juiciness of the chicken, the smokiness and those toppings and the way you put on a glove and then just smash the rice with the chicken oil and the fat and the garlic. What a meal to remember and what a day it's been. I want to say a huge thank you, especially to Martin. He's from the Bacolod Food Hunters and he arranged this entire day. He put everything together. He blogs about food. He's so passionate about food. He's a great guy. And then to all of our other friends that we hung out with today, that was a fantastic day in Bacolod. And one of the great, again, grilled chicken destinations in all of, it's the grilled chicken capital in the Philippines. And yeah, that was fantastic. I'll have the information in the description box below. And I want to say a big thank you to you for watching this video. Please remember to give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Leave a comment below. I'd love to hear from you. And if you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe now for lots more food and travel videos. Goodbye from Bacolod, and I will see you on the next video.
I think that's enough food videos for now. We can go check out other stuff besides food videos.
All right, so just a little bit ago, I landed in California, picked up my car in Fresno, driving up to the Bay Area for some 49ers stuff tomorrow, and boom, some more Trey Lance throwing video has surfaced. This is from Preston Smith Photography on Instagram. Check it out. Trey Lance throwing with that abbreviated motion, a little bit more evidence that he's been in the lab this offseason.
That's your target. That's who you should be going after. The mainstream media has said things like, "Oh, it was an effort maybe by a right-wing clerk to socialize that the big decision was coming to take away Roe versus Wade." No.
Combine that with the footage that we saw from the Trey Lance Patrick Mahomes workouts in Texas just a few days ago, and it is really apparent that he has indeed tightened up that release. Now the question is, can he carry it over into live game action? And that's a question for which we will not have an answer for quite some time. But for now, we do know that Trey Lance is throwing.
I know.
It seems that he's throwing with a nice and tight release.
I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Can he apply it to actually playing? That remains to be seen.
Evening, probably technically the afternoon for those of you back on the West Coast. I'm flying back to San Francisco on Tuesday. That's going to be good because the 49ers local pro day where they host a lot of the locally based or locally sourced prospects. Jake Hayner is going to be there amongst many. It's going to be a talented show that's going to be on at Levi's Stadium on Wednesday, April 12th. So draft season is here. As part of draft season during the NFL owners meetings the other week. I had a one-on-one with John Lynch, and we talk about the 49ers secret sauce. Well, I got to write about it in depth because John was great in our interview about the 49ers comp pick formula. There it is, how 49ers GM John Lynch uses the comp pick formula to reload for the NFL draft. So we're going to sit down, we're going to learn a lot about how the 49ers operate, how they've managed to build a really strong roster and a really sustainable one at that. Because you look at a cautionary tale For example, the Rams this year. Yes, they did win the Super Bowl here in 2021, but they're not going to be winning a Super Bowl here this next season. I could put some money on that right now. In fact, I should have when I was in Vegas because they had to cut some of their best players. They were not cap sustainable. They pushed all the chips into the basket of that 2021 season. And unfortunately for them, that did not prove to be something that could be salary cap compliant here in 2023. The 49ers are trying to extend their window as long as possible. And they believe they have a formula if they continue drafting well with mid to late round picks that can do so. The NFL is obviously a hard capped league. That means you can only spend a certain amount of money on your players' salaries every single season. Now, there are ways to rearrange the deck chairs so you can get under the cap, but only to a certain extent. At some point, the bill's going to come due. At some point, you've restructured enough contracts, or your ownership doesn't have any more spending desire to be able to fit contracts under the books by giving out big bonuses. At some point, you're going to hit that limit and you're not going to be able to go over it. The 49ers want to stay under that limit. What exactly that limit is not an exact number. It's hard to forecast because the cap changes every year. In general, it rises. We've only seen one decrease in the salary cap. It's tied to league revenues, and that decrease came due to the economic downturn in 2020. So, what the 49ers are doing is they're banking on a rising salary cap to fit more and more A-list expenses. They have a growing core of A-list players. And within that comes the compensatory formula, and we're going to talk about that on this show today. So if you haven't seen this article yet, it came out 2 days ago. Yeah, or no, did it come out Thursday morning? So almost 2 days ago. It came out yesterday morning. It is now later on Friday. If you haven't seen this piece yet, I'm going to copy and paste the link and I'm going to put it in the chat section. Those of you who have already seen the description might have already clicked on the link, but it's now going into that
They're
into that
keeping
chat
up with the
section.
49er draft
There
stuff.
you go. And I am going to also say that you can sign up for that for $1 a month on the Athletic. And this is one-on-one with John Lynch about the 49ers process. And I think right now, I think the rest of the league will tell you they are ahead of the rest of the league as far as the roster building process goes. They're doing stuff like the Ravens under Ozzie Newsome have done now for a couple decades, like the Patriots under Bill Belichick did throughout their dynastic years. They're finding a way to keep high level success sustainable. And they're doing it through the compensatory pick formula. First thing, I talk about key one right here, building compensatory capital. Well, take a look at how much compensatory draft capital the 49ers do have. And this is going to tie in with the salary cap, and I'll explain how over the course of this show. But comp picks you get when you let free agents walk. So you have veteran players who sign for more money elsewhere. When they leave, the league will give you anywhere between a third and a seventh round compensatory pick, depending on how that departure fits into the formula. The 49ers were terrible when Lynch and Shanahan took over. So in 2017, they only had one comp pick. That was from Alex Boone, leaving after the 2016 season. He wasn't part of this regime. They're, when we talk about a
Compensatory
terrible
pick.
team, well, look at this. Zero comp picks in 2018. It's because the roster
We're
was
talking
barren
about
at that point.
compensatory
Comp
pick.
picks start trickling in 2019. There's three. 2020 only one. 2021 only one. But look what has happened recently. In 2022, four comp picks for the 49ers. In 2023, seven comp picks for the 49ers. That's in this coming draft. And in 2024, they are projected to have five comp picks. That obviously isn't an official number yet. But 4 plus 7 plus 5, that is 16 compensatory draft picks. That's 16 draft picks that the 49ers are scheduled to tack on to their normally allotted total over the course of this 3-year stretch. And if the machine keeps on churning out comp picks, that will continue. That insanely high rate, which is the top in the NFL, will continue beyond the year 2024 and beyond. And what this is doing is you have to understand draft picks are cost controlled. Draft picks in George Kittle, for example, 5th round draft pick in 2017, his rookie deal, he cost less than $1 million per year. So in a salary capped league, if you get George Kittle like production for less than $1 million per year, you can see how that's tremendously efficient. If other teams are paying 15 million per year for something similar or something worse because you overpay in free agency. Obviously, George Kittle is not as cheap as he was back then. He signed a record deal for tight ends. Debo Samuel is not as cheap as he was on his rookie contract. He signed a mega deal last offseason. The 49ers have also rewarded Fred Warner with big money, Eric Armstead with big money. I mean, there are a lot of players who they are paying. However, with the salary cap rising every single season, they can afford to pay these players, but they have to pick which A-list players they want to pay, and they have to pick correctly. And so far, a lot of the players that have these A-list deals, they've performed as A-list players for the 49ers. I would, in fact, say all of them have. Eric Armstead was hurt for a lot of last season, and it was his least productive year. But in 2021, Eric Armstead absolutely played up to the level of that contract. The impact that he had on the inside helped the 49ers in a way that transcends what the standard player would be able to do. The 49ers, when free agency happens, to build draft compensatory capital, have to decide which players are expendable. Right. And, on my Twitter a couple weeks ago, I had the formula, and this would be a good formula to put up to help make sense of some of this stuff. So let me open this if I could find my page. It's pinned up at the top of what is my Twitter? Lombardi himself? Yeah, I have to put the link in there. It's pinned up at the top of the page because this formula is what the 49ers have ridden to great success as far as building the roster over the past few years. Okay, we got that. It's up on the screen in 3, 2, and 1. There we go. So the 49ers building strategy: acquire and develop A-list players. That sounds simple enough. Obviously, not something to be taken for granted. So you acquire them through the draft. You acquire them through free agency. They assign Javon Hargrave. They consider him to be an A-list player worth paying. Obviously, they've drafted a lot of good players. We'll talk a little bit about that at a later time in this video. Number 2, pay those A-list players. That list can grow as the salary cap does. Number 3, don't pay B-listers when free agency comes, because you can obtain compensatory picks through departures instead. You can rack up these draft picks instead. So that's the key. Key number 3 right here is what you must absolutely follow. Don't pay the B-listers when free agency comes. And that involves differentiating between who's an A-lister and who's a B-lister. That is the call that you have to make if you're John Lynch, if you're Kyle Shanahan, if you're the talent department for the 49ers. You have to determine who to pay and who not to pay. If somebody is good but not great, you don't pay them. Mike McGlinchey, they let him go. $87.5 million from Denver. It's a lot of money. He was considered a good tackle. The 49ers think, though, he's going to be replaceable, at least at a cost-efficient basis, and they're going to get a third-round comp pick in place of Mike McGlinchey in all likelihood next year. So this formula right here, 2024, 5 comp picks. One of those is going to come thanks to the departure of Mike McGlinchey. Charles Amenahu, good player, not a great player. Sansom Ebukam, good player, not a great player. That's what the 49ers are racking up comp picks in 2024. You can get up to 4 comp picks per player in player departures per season. That's where it caps out. You can get up to 3 per season due to the NFL minority hiring rule. So if a minority is hired and promoted, so one of your coaches, one of your assistant coaches gets a promotion, or one of your executives gets a promotion to general manager, the coach promotion is to head coach, then you could pick up 2 third-round draft picks, and you max out at 3 per year. So the only way that the 49ers led the NFL with 7 compensatory picks in this award process for 2023, they've gone from only 2 of their original picks after trading so much for Christian McCaffrey and Trey Lance to 11, because they picked up 1 for Jeff Wilson and 1 for Jonas Griffith, plus 7. So 4 plus 7 is 11. The way that the 49ers have 11 draft picks this year, despite sending a ton of capital away for some premium pickups, is because they have maxed out both compensatory formulas. 4 for the players and 3 due to the minority hiring incentive. So the 49ers have mastered this system. And the player, they weren't doing the player comp pick thing until recently because it took them a while to build the roster to what it is now. So the 49ers have to build compensatory capital. That's key one. They've done it through two avenues. Key two, as we get this back up on the screen for you, here's the article, here's the interview with John Lynch. Key two is to have the discipline to sustain the A-list core, and it's connected to key one. You let Charles Omenihu walk. You say, hey, Drake Jackson's got to step up. One of our draft picks has to step up. We'll make other small signings. Austin Bryant, for example. Cleveland Farrell, for example. We'll make other small signings that can hopefully help pick up the slack. So you do those things to build compensatory capital, but you also do those things out of discipline because you want to maintain the A-list core. The only way that you can continue paying Deebo Samuel, that you can continue paying Fred Warner, that George Kittle, maybe Brandon Ayuk in the future, obviously Nick Bosa this offseason. The only way that you do that is if you keep costs in line right now. And the only way to keep costs in line right now is to not pay somebody like Charles Omenihu $8 million a year. Sensa Ebukam making about the same amount of money. That's not a cost-efficient contract for the 49ers. Other teams overpaying for those players. They're not giving elite production. They're good players, but they're getting paid a little bit more than good players because free agency is expensive. So the 49ers say, hey, we got to make those numbers up. We have to make up for that production on rookie deals or inexpensive veteran signings. So it takes some discipline to do that. You know what? And it actually also takes some coaching prowess to do that. Probably a lot of it. Chris Kasarik is a great example. He could take these guys like Arden Key from the Raiders, did nothing for 3 years, and turn him into somebody who makes over $6 million a year with Jacksonville. And I think Arden Key's up to $9 or $10 million with his latest contract. So you have a factory of sorts if you're the 49ers. The coaching staff, the input is the players, right? The 49ers get players on the cheap through draft picks and through lower level veteran signings. The coaching staff is the factory. They work on those players. And then the output is that player making a lot of money elsewhere. And if that player does sign for a lot of money elsewhere, the 49ers regain an input or at least a means of input, and that is a compensatory draft pick. It's a circular process. I should make a little diagram, right, that has those arrows going in a circle. That is the 49ers' secret sauce. Now, this doesn't work unless they make draft capital count. Okay? So you get the comp picks, you get this in return for all your efforts. You've got 7 this year, you had 4 last year. You have 5 potentially in 2024, but unless you pick well with these selections, this whole process is going to stall out. Unless the 49ers picked well in the past, the whole process wouldn't have reached this point. So when we talk about making draft capital count, here's some examples. Brock Purdy was actually a compensatory pick. The 49ers did not re-sign quarterback C.J. Beathard after the 2020 season. Beathard signed with Jacksonville for $2.5 million. That was enough to factor into the compensatory formula. So the 49ers in 2022, as you can see here, thanks to the departure of C.J. Beathard, signing with Jacksonville for $2.5 million, had 4 instead of 3 compensatory picks. That very last comp pick was also the very last pick of the draft, number 262. The 49ers picked Brock Purdy with it. Now they have insane value with Brock Purdy because he's on a rookie contract that's the cheapest contract of the whole draft. Because the draft, contracts decrease in value throughout the entire process. So pick number 262, dead last, is the cheapest of all 262 picks. The 49ers have Brock Purdy under team control for 4 years at the cheapest possible price. And that is wild value considering that he was one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL last season. So that's an example of picking well with a comp pick in, obviously, the later rounds. Another example of picking well with a comp pick, Talanoa Hufanga, 5th rounder. Because the 49ers let Emmanuel Sanders walk after the 2020 season, Sanders signed with the New Orleans Saints. 49ers got a 5th rounder, and it was a clean swap for Talanoa Hufanga, all-pro in his 2nd season. Another prominent comp pick for the 49ers was Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw came aboard in the 5th round in 2019. So that was early in the compensatory success formula for the 49ers. The Greenlaw
Should I do
situation
like
happened because Aaron Lynch left the
a
49ers.
mock draft on
And
my
that
stream?
gave them a 6th round pick That 6th round pick, the 49ers traded to Denver, along with, I believe, Dakota Watson for a 5th round pick. That was an edge rusher that they no longer needed at the time around then. I think it was 2018 or 2019. That 5th round pick turned into Dre Greenlaw. So you can see how the 49ers creatively maneuvered in that situation, and they brought in another player who they've developed really well. Johnny Holland, excellent linebackers coach, has done a good job developing Dre Greenlaw into a star for the 49ers at that linebacker position. So you make the draft capital count. And when you do make the draft capital count, you load yourself up with good players. When you load yourself up with good players, they get paid when they hit free agency. Then you get more comp picks. And when you have a ton of comp picks, like the 49ers this year have 7 of them, when you could say, hey, we're going to have 11 draft picks coming up here, you can afford to splurge on a proven commodity during the season, such as Christian McCaffrey. Listen to this. I talked to the 49ers people, Jed York, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan at the owners' meetings last week. They weren't even looking for a running back last year, halfway through. But they had the luxury of being able to get Christian McCaffrey. It doesn't matter if you're not looking for a running back. If Christian McCaffrey is available and you can acquire him, especially if the Rams might be competing with you for him, you go out and do it because he's Christian McCaffrey. He's one of the best players in the game, the most versatile player in the game
Christian
offensively,
McCaffrey,
right?
yeah.
So you go and
CMC.
do it. And the 49ers did it, and it paid off. And now they have Christian McCaffrey on an affordable contract. They have another A-lister, right? You want to build that A-list core? Well, add Christian McCaffrey into it. So the 49ers could afford to pick Christian McCaffrey at a price of a 2nd-round pick, a 3rd-round pick, a 4th-round pick, and a 5th-round pick because they knew that they had all of these comp picks, 4 comp picks through players coming in. So they've spent all this on Christian McCaffrey. They spent a ton on Trey Lance. They took a big swing there too. We'll see how that one goes. That cost them a lot of 1st-round draft capital, right? But even though they spent all that capital, they have replenished a lot of capital moving forward. Now, obviously, because they did spend some 1st-round picks on Trey Lance, and also because they spent some earlier picks on Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers draft capital isn't quite as valuable as the original stash had been. This is the draft capital by sorted by points. As you can see in this column right here, a lot of 1st-round picks will give you a higher total of points. The 49ers don't pick until late in the 3rd round, and that means a lower total of points. And according to Graham Barfield's chart, the 49ers, even with their 11 picks, have the least draft capital out of any NFL team this season. But I think that's fitting because the 49ers have made their hay picking in the mid to later rounds. Again, George Kittle, 5th rounder, Dre Greenlaw, 5th rounder, Talanoa Hufanga, 5th rounder, Brock Purdy, the last pick of the whole damn draft. The 49ers are really, really good at picking in the mid to late rounds because their scouting department works really well with the coaching staff. Everybody really is on the same page. And as I'm going to illustrate here in a few minutes, the salary cap people are also on the very same page as the coaching staff and the scouting department. They're all meetings together. And that's what makes this whole intricate comp pick salary cap process work for the 49ers. So since they're good at that, they're confident that they can make draft capital count. And they're confident that they could again defy this chart. Least draft capital due to points, but the 49ers, if they can pick correctly and develop players well, maybe their draft class ends up better than some of the teams up here in the green who technically have more draft capital when it comes to points. Organizational collaboration is the formula. The coaching staff needs to be plugged in with the scouting department, so the scouting department knows exactly who to target for the coaching staff in the draft. The precision is all the more important when you don't have pick number 1 or pick somewhere in the 1st round. If you're not picking there, you better surgically strike this. You better have that precision later in the draft. And the 49ers believe they have that. Now, back to the article that I wrote, because we're talking about the comp pick process and how that keeps the 49ers under the salary cap. We talk about organizational collaboration. We can't forget about the 49ers salary cap personnel. Parag Marathe is obviously the top of the list. Everybody talks about him all the time. I think he gets a lot of credit for the 49ers success with the salary cap. But he's got guys that are doing a lot of calculations with him. Brian Hampton and Jeff Diamond, who's the salary cap manager for the 49ers. And John Lynch mentioned all of these names when we were discussing the 49ers strategy last week, and they absolutely deserve a lot of credit. See, the 49ers, you don't know what the salary cap is going to be in future years. You don't know what unexpected expenditures are going to come up. So you have to crunch the numbers to the best of your ability and figure out just how much money you are willing to offer players when free agency comes. And a lot of obviously paying A-list players, that's going to be in the biggest of spotlights, right? How much is Nick Bosa going to make? I'll talk about that a lot next week. That's the next thing I'm going to zero in on. What might Nick Bosa's contract look like? These guys, Marate, Brian Hampton, Jeff Diamond, they're in charge of determining what the 49ers can pay without rolling up too much salary cap debt so they don't turn into the Rams, right? They have to determine those numbers without a clear endpoint in the future because nobody's really sure where NFL revenues and the salary cap will be. It's a hard job, but they're trying to keep the 49ers as financially flexible as possible. For the A-listers, well, when they're determining big contracts, negotiating big deals, that's going to be a high profile kind of thing. But it's the stuff that goes on behind the scenes that's just as important. The 49ers need to determine when they do have B-list, C-list players, good players, if they can get them back on good deals, of course they're going to do that. If they're going to get them back on cost-efficient deals, fine. You take it, you maintain continuity in your system. Good examples, DJ Jones, 4-year qualifying player offer. They got him for near a salary cap minimum hit in 2021. Wasn't as easy in 2022. Denver offered DJ Jones 10 million per year and the 49ers let him walk. So somewhere in between 1 and 10 million, there was a number that the 49ers weren't willing to cross for DJ Jones. Somewhere below Laken Tomlinson's 13 million per year with the Jets, there was a number the 49ers weren't willing to cross for Laken Tomlinson. Somewhere under Mike McGlinchey's 17 million per year, there was a number the 49ers weren't willing to cross for McGlinchey, for Samson Ebukam, for Charles Omenihu. They let a lot of free agents walk this offseason. The men who determine
What?
what the number is, their names are on the bottom of the screen below. Marate, Hampton, and Diamond. You make the
Okay.
best possible calculations. You determine what threshold you're willing to pay somebody. And if you cross that threshold, you say, all right, we have the discipline, we have the fortitude to let him go. We can get a comp pick in return. It is a complex formula, but the 49ers appear to be riding the wave really well. And you know what? This 49ers cap personnel, I say that organizational collaboration is the formula. John Lynch told me that these guys sit in on the 49ers scout meetings and on the 49ers coaching meetings in the offseason when they kind of bring the whole brain trust together, determine how to build this team. The cap guys are in on the meetings. So this is the sign of a healthy organization because you have even the financial people collaborating with the personnel people. So then the financial people understand what the deal is. How important is this player? Well, okay, they're going to know the financial threshold that's necessary. It's part analytics, part film study, but mainly it's teamwork in the front office. That's how the 49ers are able to ride the formula the way that they do. Anyway, that's the gist of how the 49ers are operating. They're reloading every year. They have $3 million of salary cap space right now. It's not a lot, but their draft class is really inexpensive. It's only going to cost about $1 million. Fit that under there, and they could keep on churning with a really good roster, especially if players keep on performing and earning money from elsewhere, because that gives the 49ers more comp picks. They have more than any other team in the NFL. All right, going to open this up to a 49ers Q&A. Everybody check out the article. It is down in the chat section for you. I could put it in there one more time as I do head over to check out some of your questions. Right now, it is $1 a month for the athletics. So do check that out. It's also in the description. Very worth it. One-on-one with John Lynch. That's something you need to see, right? So go ahead and check that out. And I am going to go to 49ers Q&A and see what everybody's up to. Hope everybody's doing well on this Friday evening. Dinner coming up here in Nashville. Going to be a good one. Going to a place called Noko. Some Asian fusion. I think we were already there a few weeks ago, but some friends. Oh, my buddy Keith, who's a big 49ers fan. He's going to be there. Keith and his fiance Sarah actually saw part of a playoff game with them this year. Walked down, hung out with them over at Levi's Stadium. So we got 49ers people, or fans, I guess I should say, here in Nashville. I was at an acai bowl place here in Nashville today, and a guy in a 49ers hat took my order, and we started talking, and I said, "Are you from the Bay Area or what's the deal?" He's from Tennessee, and he said that his dad loved Ronnie Lott. These are Nashville natives, long history here in Tennessee. Ronnie Lott fan, his dad, and his son is a big Niners fan, and he's wearing a Niners hat, and he's working the counter here over in Nashville, over in the Wedgwood, Houston neighborhood. So I just think it's cool how sports bring people together. Yes, there are a lot of 49ers fans everywhere, including here in Tennessee. Yep, George Kittle, he is out here. I have seen him out here, Nashville. Oh my gosh, the link shows $2 a month. I'm sorry. Is that going to break the bank? I didn't know that it increased to $2 a month, but still think it's worth it. It's an exclusive interview with John Lynch about how the 49ers have that advanced roster in football. If Kinlaw leaves, the 49ers get a comp. It depends on how much he's paid. Right? If Kinlaw has a big season and he gets paid by somebody else next year, it could really factor in well for the 49ers compensatory formula. Not if he leaves now, though. Kinlaw would have to leave after his contract is up, and there still is one more season. He did recognize me. I didn't say he didn't. The guy at the counter recognized me. We were talking about the Niners, so I started asking him questions, and he said that he was here from Tennessee. Elkhart, Indiana. Joined when the 49ers drafted Joe Montana. That's pretty cool. What is your 49ers fandom story? I'm interested to hear this. Franchise has a lot of history. You could drop it in the comment section. I'm glad that Jason thought that we just went over some inspiring finances. I try to make it as digestible as possible when we talk about the 49ers cap situation and the comp pick situation. It all goes hand in hand because draft picks are so much cheaper than paying somebody in free agency. Where do I see myself in 2 years? I don't know. I'm just taking it day by day, man. Doing my best. Doing my best. Hopefully educating people as much as possible about some of the nuances of football and the business side of the game, and just having fun watching good quality football. The 49ers are playing it right now, and the NFL obviously has the best players in the world. Hawaii, Japan, Seattle. That's been your path of 49ers fandom? Happy Easter to everyone. Eric Gomes, good guy. Thanks, Eric. All right, any questions? Let's go. 49ers Q&A. That's what this is all about. Tack that up onto the screen.
49ers Q&A. Anyways, I think
Yeah, if you
I'm
have some good
going
questions, put them out there.
to
If not, I'm going to sign off here and start doing more draft prospect
end
videos
the
on the
stream in
channel
a little
today.
bit.
I just went
I'm
through
getting a little bit tired
Cameron Latu
myself.
video, Alabama tight end.
I'm falling asleep myself, so I think I will end the stream right now. But thank you guys, everybody, for watching today. I hope you enjoyed the walk with Ruca to the beach. And then we watched some food videos with Mark Weens. And then we watched a little bit of insight on where the San Francisco 49ers get all their compensatory picks from. I will see you guys on the next stream. I'm not sure when that will be, but I will see you guys on the next stream. Everybody have a good night. Remember to always stay strong, stay healthy, stay bulletproof, but most of all, stay positive. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.